Well, I am putting this back on because these guys are going crazy as always. Um, you need to get these men into custody, all of them, right now. I have like they're just going absolutely nuts. I'm exhausted. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm trying to go to sleep. Um, I can't. I have like all these things in my head. Is it craziness? No, I'm not crazy. That's what I have in my head. Um, oh, the things in my head are all the things that happen and everything done and said. And then these men, can you hear them? They like to. He was just talking about like something that happened when I was in the jail in 2000 in the Hammond Road Detention Center in 2021. You would have had to like been in the room. And then the thing is like talking about like apparently he was allowed to follow me around the jail the whole time, and you're going to get extradited back or something. No, you would have had something like in the jail. Really? Yeah, it was like it was about me going to like he would have had to. He said I was on a totally different whatever. The other one was doing Man in the High Castle. Um, uh, they live in like a commune or something in Arkansas in this story. The next story, and they have these children. They have children. They're schizophrenic men that like just kind of nobody goes in there from the Mormon compound, and they're extremely worn deaf, and they're very low class. Okay, so I got they're schizophrenic crackheads from the Mormon compound. They work in corrections. The other guy works in corrections. There's all this like spillover from different government employment jobs into jobs that are you would think you would be better individuals, more mainstream individuals. Um, I mean, it's unbelievable how bad these guys are. You look very pretty. I've been unpacking boxes. I'm gonna go. Just I can't believe you let these men uh, do the things you did. Yeah, see, it's all neat and tidy. Yeah, my sweaters. I found all my clothes. Um, I'm gonna go. My father's coming tomorrow, but I don't have to meet him or till 2 o'clock. We're gonna go change my license plate to a Florida license plate. I'm shouting at 1 o'clock in the morning because he dared to refer to his crimes in his crimes. You could be crazy. The thing is the worst rapist. I to that you brought incredibly low criminals all our lives. Like it's unimaginable. No, all our lives. There was this thing today about how like go you. What was it saying? I don't know, but it kind of had a point. I you're agreeing with it. No, you need to get Tony Edo out of the community. You're in a very enfranchised suburban, wealthy neighborhood. These men are extremely low. Like these are the lowest men in any community. I don't think there's could be a man lower. Would you stop being really dirty corrections workers into to wealthy communities and schools to interact on? But yeah, you really are what I said, what everybody says. No, no, literally Boggs. Okay, so literally Boggs McKenzie from Shawshank. Yeah, he'd be the prison where he's the Boggs. The corrections workers are incredibly straight. They're real low class criminal men. The women were okay. The women were all fine. Like, it had nothing to do with them, and they were all fine. They're nice, they're okay. They weren't that way. Um, rough around the edges or blue collar maybe or something like that. Nobody. about that. Not really working in a jail as long as it doesn't result in anything. The men were uh, like that was unbelievable. Really, yeah. Like I've never seen females engaged in an act of sexual abuse as hideous as that. Really, yeah. That was the weirdest thing I've ever seen anybody engage in. Really, yeah. Like it was the weirdest thing. He's talking about something he watched. Were you watching about a scammer? Like, how are you in the room with it? You would like to know that. Who did the stranger has nothing, the cancer family has nothing to do with you. It's not about, none of this. This is a completely strange woman who walked into your jail and court because a crack junkie attacked her. I mean, a junkie attacked her. It's called crack junkie. This weird looking guy that's slightly handicapped, disheveled, and dirty. Smells like vodka and pee. The corrections workers were extremely, the males were unbelievable. But yeah, that's what the Cary Police Department is like. It's like I'm not repeating that, but that is actually, they're actually that. It's like a subgroup from like the pornography store. They're too rough to function. There is a subgroup of that. The thing with following me around was like following me around with that. How would you know that? That was like a really random moment again. And they just say it. That's the thing about, and it's going right back to like massaging your crotch. It's the same guys in Arkansas. They've been like trying to convince me I'm like, able to like kill them with grandpa's like accounts all day. Yeah. Well, would you please get this sounds? It's not. Would you stop? What is there in any of this to imply I have mental health? That's why I have issues, and then I get to kidnap the lady and steal the car. We lay off the corrections worker. How did you know that? No, the males are too dangerous. You're attracting like a subgroup. It's like incels up in here. No, it actually is. Like this is what an incel is in that story. That's probably what it is there, but it's a little hard to tell with the level of corruption. You've attracted a subgroup big time, and they've like all congregated. It's all the same company too. They're talking about the like scalpels. That's correct. Where did Nazi dental surgeons in the South end up in Urban Decay? They are actually the perp. They're these really rough, low-class men, really, yeah, that are as hood as possible. I mean, there's never been a worse offender on the same level. You could not be a worse offender compared to the rest of the human race than what. Would you stop masturbating the women with the thing and the children? Shit and lube faggot. The guy from the, really, yeah, that is when he said, that's actually what that's called, Zeke. Actual dogs from Shawshank. You've got a really bad subgroup that shows up. It's called that. The thing is a rapist. I don't care what the male corrections worker he told to interact. The man needs to be, the one telling people to interact has to be taken into custody immediately. Okay, I got boots on the ground. We know what you're talking about. You're right. They're absolute. He called them that. It's actually like a subgroup. Like if there was like, like you would call on the phone or something, or not call on the phone, I'm sorry. You would go to like like I'd go to like a To Catch a Predator chat room or something. But, there is actually guys that will call themselves that. That man is actually that. Really? How do you know? Because I've lived in this goddamn Nazi world for a very long for my entire life because of this. As a very nice, normal, upper middle class woman that should be happily going about their business. Oh, do people call them that? No, because it's too pleasant and I live in suburbia. Well, why should you? Because it's actually what it's called. They call them bogs. Okay, they get out in the school system. They've taken over the whole flipping thing. Okay, the whole thing. Where did Nazi dental surgeons of the South? A scalpel can go anywhere. Like the Navy harpies from the very low class, or just a random hood like Tony it up. That is a very random hood. That man, when you turn on the light, that is a like air conditioning repair. It's any man. You need to find out who these men are from off Capitol Boulevard in Millbrook. You would never speak at all, much less. Really, you'd never obstruct my evidence. You'd never interact with myself after you know the evidence is created. Yeah. Because, like, and once the evidence came in, my phone line has been cut and I've been stalked by these men like for so long. Mm. Their language is so hideous. But yeah. And then it's cold night. It's like a guy, like if you went to these chat rooms or something, they all are. They're unbelievable. Yeah, you have got to get. They're extremely rough. It's not like you don't want that congregating in corrections. Like I don't even know what it is. How are these men here? Yeah, they're like they're. Oh, I mean, I'm not dehumanizing the guy. If you're in a chat room calling yourself, who else is a shit and look faggot? No. Or I am also an anus for children. You're kind of not a person anymore. You're like a bug that's very dangerous. And I'm not going to say tapeworm. Like those is no tapeworms. Tapeworms are less dangerous. We have medicine for those. You're actually a 200-pound man. Okay, so that's with a gun that likes to get himself hired in like some kind of authority position, like Dennis Rader, and run around a jail, and then corrections wanders over here, and then for some reason in a court, and somehow corrections got over into school. But yeah, like it's like a corrections worker. You need to fix that. Everybody says the same thing when polled. Okay, well, they're complete schizophrenic monsters who are incredibly low. No more rain. It's not even rain of Zeke. It's not a scalpel. It's like a Wilbur. That's extremely. It's Nazi dental Wilbur surgeons of the South, and they're not surgeons. You can tell they don't have the proper credentials. They don't. They're extremely low class. They take over. They've taken over like the. If you look in Department of Health and Human Services in like the medical companies, but I don't know what that is. Is that a medical company? Wait, that thing is not a doctor. It's like a pig. You gotta watch out for the replicating rovers. If it looks like a pig and it's higher functioning, it's so different class. It does not have a medical degree, but they're all over the damn place. That's a big old boar. I mean, I've never called Wiggum a pig or Peppa a pig or something like that. Can you imagine what that would be bad. Oh, I can't imagine because the thing looks like a pig and it's really low class. The like pig-faced man in this, there's lots of them. They're really dangerous. It's a boar Wilbur, and the Wilburs are extremely, extremely like low class. Nothing belongs to these men. They take these predatory dominance positions. They have faked it till they made it till they're like really in everything. I agree, really. There is literally a chat room for that, and that Ace actually one of the men is. The woman he's got doing something with him, oh, is unbelievable. Really, yeah. Well, that's what we said. Like corrections workers do not rule the world. Nobody rules the world. The proper elected government rules the world within which we can participate appropriately. Yeah. They're so narcissistically criminally offending. Yeah, well, that's not. That's not his. He has not turned it off in my house in 15 years. I walked into a police station because crackheads assaulted me. I didn't even know. Ooh, the savior, the assailant. My evidence came in. I don't want them telling the story. We have to extradite her back again. I'm going to follow her everywhere in the jail, and I'm going to tell this nice man who's lunching, whatever this is. Yeah, this is Otis Tool subgroup. And they're having a meetup group. You're looking at these. You're right. They're not really people anymore. I don't know where these men congregate from. Anywhere. The billion Chinese people out there. There's no such thing as the man-girl love convention. Wherever there is such a thing as, we heard there can be a man that would engage in such a thing that's been in prison or in the legal system. Here we have, I mean, there's this many of just this specific kind of man-girl love convention. The guy might, yeah. So I mean, it's actually like 15 men. The problem is like you got stuff obviously in place to get rid of, or like if there's a soccer match and it turns into a riot or something, what would you do then? You know, so well, you would like that lady. I gotta go. Why are you talking to the woman? Yeah, she's right. All this behavior is unbelievable. Zeke. Yeah, they mean literally Boggs McKenzie, and when you talk to everybody in Raleigh and Cary, the corrections worker is like a guy in the town that's going in. A prison worker is It working in the town because like the other options are weird. That'll do. They need them, they pay, it pays. You're supposed to be sitting there and like, the prisoners are supposed to not be doing nothing. I can't even imagine somewhere like a prison where they're gonna be there for a long time. I'm not sure. Some of the people in the hospital that have like I mean, they just have, it was so ridiculous. Like, now you have these people that have done anything, they're just in for like a psych evaluation for, because they've had previous handicap present issues. Then you have next to like a man that has like, I mean, it's kind of he's been there for 10 years, they got him kind of sorted, but he's like murdered him, man. You didn't even realize it, like, he's like on all these crackheads from the hood, and they didn't separate them as like people. You got all these that that guy's like 19. Really, yeah, like it's unbelievable. The no, it's not you're not getting pumped. It's like sadism of death. Yeah, it's like sexual sadism and everything else. I didn't even think there's a word for like the animals. Really, or Wild Bill next to him or anything else. You have no idea. Okay, like a corrections worker is just there, really. Yeah, and prison worker, that's for the people that have to keep that like are waiting away for longer. Well, that could be you, lady. What are you talking about to this woman that like did not do anything to do that? What? Why am I being stalked by corrections workers who think they're like very important men? The corrections worker needs to be actually very carefully monitor everything as a dangerous, perhaps, population. Because if things get out and commit ungodly crime, it's not a venue, okay? The downtown hood services have to stay out of the, he's essentially something a child right now. Good, I'm glad I didn't kill all the white Dress family. He's doing his thing where like, they would cue the families. Somebody needs to do a welfare check on all the poor people around there. I have no idea what children you might have access to. Hopefully none of these. You can even get him out of the house. He's like, well, don't even mention you have like, there's kids all around watching little kids like ride a bicycle on the street. They said because he was allowed, the truck driver, he sexually assaulted like kids and women. They all did in Raleigh. It's like on the news even if you turn it on. Yeah. Would you get them off the masturbation device and out of this? No, I'm gonna bulbous you, cookie booters, basically saying, like what now and the what now? Well, it's juicy. He says bulbous and juicy. That is quite the shipment baggage. That is the worst pedophile in the history of the human race, on the same level. But just pedophile, and that would be a murderer and pedophile. Okay. It was like locked down under those things. Okay, the school system is not under the like, no, but it's not under the corrections worker. That's why you don't have a prison attached to like a school, because it's just certain departments nearby. It is incredibly weird down there sometimes. It's not supposed to be, but you get a point. Those like, replicating middle-aged men, because I don't know why it's replicating. I don't care. I just want it out of my house. It can't be in any houses. Yeah. Well, he got in trouble for the extradition. He's a county prosecutor's office employee. I don't care. Get him out of my house now. He wants to disperse the family in Malaysia. You're all over with absolute entitlement, all the children in the neighborhood if they want to be. Now they are. I mean, the greatness of Mr. Wilbur is like all sorts of places. If it's got an MBA in something, I don't think I even said that, but it's true. Anyway, there was like a lawyer that kind of was fat. That guy could talk, and it was like more, it was Aunt Mary, it wasn't handicapped. All of these men are handicapped. I mean, it's hideous. The guy's scary. And he's real dominant. Yeah. Well, they have to dominate that. And then he's the lay off the up in the place in Ooh, well, you know they didn't do anything. I mean, you can just, and then, I mean, I don't know. As long as the stab wounds aren't, well, that's it. As long as the stab wounds aren't real, you realize the crimes he's committed by sexually assaulting her all day. He was told to turn that off in their houses, and he just won't do it because his stuff, the incredibly filthy criminal does not have any stuff. He's molesting children. I mean, what is he using his stuff for? It's not a problem. Just in progress heroin. Yeah, okay, that's not a problem. Particularly you, we're not planning in progress here. We're planting that on the neighborhood. With the, for Christ's sake, I'm not an in progress heroin dealer. That's not just being using the stuff in here for to stop in progress heroin dealing. No, that is the most handicapped man in some way. That's correct. That man is like a product of you know, two generations and being born in the back hall. It is a handicapped people marrying that are not nice. Mm. Or something, but that's actually probably correct. The man is there and does specific tasks like a corrections person is not being. It's just like I'm wandering over your school. And everybody described what would you get the vibe of there? What were they? Something with the corrections administration. I couldn't think they'll make it up, and it's something it's totally worse all day long. This is the time at 2 o'clock in the morning on night shift where the schizophrenic kid is incredibly high. He's, I think he's high on drugs, but incredibly violent and psychopathic. You're right, he does this every night. He does it all day, but he just doesn't calm down in the middle of the night. He goes in this frenzy for the next like 2 hours. He's just a screaming about it. Yes, I say CLITTY Hooters. I don't want to think about it more. It's literally like shit and lubricant. Yeah, they're it is with women. It's like this Stanford prison experiment. Yeah, I would just take this. Not when they're in corrections. I don't need a male jail guard doing anything like that. You're supposed to be on the other side of the jail. That's why they said people actually murdered someone. He probably just told somebody he murdered somebody. He did that the whole time. That's why they were like locked in the jail cell. The one moment. And then I was like, where are you? Are you in Raleigh or are you in Arkansas? Yes, it's been this. He's the man who created your evidence as a Syracuse dungeon master. Hoggy Lily's bailiff or something weird. That's his like jail guard. You need to get these men into custody. I don't know what this is supposed to be. It might be detective paid. Because it says you could have written some of these emails and then he presented other emails that were really strange. One of which he just goes, he like wanders off into his opinions on things, is what they said. But I mean, it's just in him talking like about male stuff. Like it's a, he confesses he wrote some of them, but you could have written some of them. Okay, so you're kidnapped by Stephanie. You said, but she goes, you're this screaming frenzy when you say, no, it could be dangerous out there. Really, yeah. Only, but that guy was pretty scary. He said he was like Stephen Paddock. No, like, more white church, but, and they started stalking. Yeah, it was creepy, right? I raped a little college age girl. I don't know. He's a weird, quick mover, and he works in an authority position. I got away from him. He said, you make eye contact with him once. Yeah, no, thank you. His school, it was out of the school system. The school started in September or August, end of August. It's like the end of October. Yeah. Hey, but no, but really, yeah. And his soft man sent me always like emails and stuff like that. The guy was in 55 and I was like 19. And like schizophrenic heavy breather. It's really creepy. I said, no, thank you right away. Would you get all thick of my crotch with that? Like, enough already with your incredible crimes. The men involved in my kidnapping, you don't understand. These people are nothing like anything you've ever met. You've really, really brought incredibly rough men. Law enforcement is just there. I don't know what this is. You really, okay, I get it. So I have like really bad. You're not, I don't think you know. Really, yeah, I don't think you're, so it's one of them, her, like the guys in the prisons running around Uh, yes, it's like a guy that has like, I mean, because there's really weird criminal stuff. There's just these guys, really, yeah. I mean, I know that's the case also. How weird are these guys? I don't think they've ever been up in. They're schizophrenic. That are very, very criminal, bro. Would you get them out of my house after all these years? I can't handle any more of this. I haven't, they haven't turned it off in my house since they like followed me home from the kidnapping in 2010 and whatnot. I'm sorry he doubted that a little bit. I'm still gonna do, you're still gonna do, it's probably gonna be you, Bob, as opposed to me. Yeah. Wait, please try to, wait, if I lay down to sleep, the thing is gonna immediately start to masturbate me, so. They're not like, I'm with you, they're not the scalpels exactly. They're like Wilbur's, they're Nazi dental hygienists. They got employed, Nazi dental surgeons in the South. They could be that. But where did they end up in Mississippi Party? I think in Urban Decay. Is it Duke? If they didn't have a medical degree and they can go anywhere. Yeah, like Jim Jones only had to like touch and stuff in Peace Corps. Really. It's just a fact. I almost believe the man in the high castle part is true. I think Tony O's is so rough. Would you stop bringing like Picarelli from the Bronx? It's actually a home invasion rapist that is not a police officer. Who to tell you he's a law enforcement security guard that the police officers doing something that is unbelievable are town police officers that like what the other police like we okay here's the North Sound New York Police Department. It's not that yeah, it's a small town. It's just a little suburb. Uh, they don't arrest the maintenance guy. Yeah, maintenance and security guy. That's Casey Everett. How is he getting access to law enforcement then? But that is what it is. It's the same as this. I'm afraid that I'm like, oh, what are the body doubles then? Why did I say whatever I did? Well, I just squished Hogla's family. Right? Let's the gang rape squished. The poor little child, please get Hogla into custody. You're very real people, but as far as we've seen, like, my one brother's born with like flippers in his head, and like, I'm not sure, but like, I don't think enough. Nobody does. He's talking about people in the jail. It depends on what Heidi did. Heidi Davis, if a man can murder Jim Davis, and he's like crackheads, like, both of them are crackheads. They're an absolute mess. And it's a mess physically. There's so many crackheads that are really bad. They go to jail in Arkansas with me in 2010 maybe. But if a man squished somebody, we don't think you should hang Heidi. Depends on if you go to show, maybe you were Johnny easier, or just your child or something, right? Or like fine, squish the children. They do a welfare check. One relative with a relative handicap. I don't know what is going on with DNA and stuff. Yeah, like I live in a house. I live in a $1 million Victorian house in the Yorker with my parents. And I know not some kind of psychotic thing where you're just shouting at the woman. You realize you're in like Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Right now you're in the villages, Florida. You know, there's very nice houses across the coast. But it's not, I'm not like pulling, what, that's the lowest man possible. I'm not pulling rank. It's a hostage situation or being sneaky or something. It's just a fact. I'm right. That means I've had been molesting the little girl the whole day. There's kids riding around bicycles. You can get any house around here who wants to. My neighbors have 2 children who are pregnant. No. You need to get this group into custody. Every time you bring men like these into the community, they do this everywhere. They've done it for years. You're bringing Otis Toole into like Boca Raton and Tony Anderson because it's a Tony and because it's a adult truck driver, the dirtiest, lowest man ever born. John Wayne, the beast pedophile Gacy, gang raped the animal. Tony, the lazy truck driver in a suburban, wealthy community like Cary, North Carolina. They can't possibly arrest. Gang, to say they need to arrest John Wayne, the beast, white trash, lowest class criminal Gacy. For what, masturbating children? What? To say that about kidnapping, gang rape, lying, motivation? Lying? To say, Tony, he really didn't know what that was. For that man to do that there at all, you know, it said that there. It said no such thing there, and the son of a bitch was on the phone to everybody, and it's none of that even happened. No one ever called the censor the great unknown, the lowest rapist, robber, gang rapist, and pedophile. He really needs to not be doing that. He's needed to not be doing that the entire time. Tony said, roll out the red carpet for these men in his community. And this man that is over there masturbating her right now is welcome for 10 years to commit. And the crimes this man, when you can hear that thing, was committed. You can hear it all the time. There's lying. There's a coup that I glittering swastika of the beast of death, the lowest Nazi and Nazis and Nazism ever born. They will never get their damages for the lifetime of the beast incarnate. Damages? What a totally gang rape the animal Anano could have hurt that in his community. So he fudges the books a little bit too there. He lies about that. Well, he doesn't say that. And the dirtiest white trash man to be as rough as possible with the women and the kids. He's in Cary, North Carolina, to say that you think you're better than John Wayne, white trash, the animal, Gacy, and Neto? No, they're not erasing the entire legal system. To say that they could be confused. Maybe there's something you don't know. The lowest man ever speak, the beast incarnate of filth, the lowest man, because he said it said that is it mental health? Who said there could be mental health? Dead. He knows that's created evidence. Apparently, Tony Otto's behavior is the lowest criminal state that could ever exist in a community. Because you brought, and so in the Wake County prosecutor's office, that went on for I get it, because Tony, the gang rape dump truck driver, the weirdest man to ever exist, because somebody wants to do something criminal in a wealthy neighborhood. Tony gang raped the beast Anetta was there. And everything done and said by the lowest lazy truck driver that could possibly occur. The filthiest and lowest illegal system. That legal system has to be enforced. The beast, John Wayne, first I used stat. The beast, every single man who worked on my case in 2017, 2018, 2021 has to spend and all throughout 10 years in prison at minimum, and you owe me damages.
They don't make choices by themselves. Apparently, they can't handle it. They needed to give. I've been exonerated. They said is the problem on all that. You had been exonerated in 2014, but Anetto decided not to give the Caspers that evidence when it was sent to them. Yeah, because Anetto didn't know what that was. The other guy told him to do that. Anetto is the weirdest man in the history of people. Nobody could imagine doing something like that. Get that thing masturbating her off of her right now, for God's sake. It's a child, a 10-year-old girl, and sometimes a boy. You lady. I'm sorry I doubted all that a little bit. Would you shut Huda up? Huda, shut your slithering sewer in hole. You are raping a child. And that story. But it's not a story, it's your story. I mean, they could think to make stuff up. They couldn't think to make this up exactly. I'm with you. I can think to make stuff up. I couldn't think to make all this up. Why didn't you intervene then in the stalking by the men in the community? If he was able to get in my house, he had free pass to every single one of the neighbors' houses. This is the man. The man, he has to be taken into custody now. You cannot have these men at large. It's actually not a problem. Because he said that what does that mean? Well, I had to find men that were willing to enforce jurisdiction with me. Since all this jurisdiction shit, it's not the sheriff's department's responsibility. Well, it just isn't. And then you're going to have to give the Caspers their evidence there also, is a problem also. You won a legal case, he said. If it's worth that much money, why isn't the guy, why isn't he coming to talk to you himself? I'm not sure what he's talking about, but that's correct. He apparently, and I know that's actually correct. He is a truck depot employee from like Carroll County, Arkansas. And he was moved here by the other Anetto to work and carry for to enforce Anetto. Anetto is a dump truck driver. Also, the problem is this has nothing to do with you outside of what these men are doing to you. Everything done and said You know, it has nothing to do with you. They did all of it. And she's correct. If you know the evidence is falsified, the poor Caspers. Does this have anything to do with the Caspers? No, not even slightly. You're right, we should have bought a house in Garner a while ago. Garner on that side, it was like a 300,000, yeah, you could get a $300,000 house. That, uh, your nurse name tag, you like that African American kid? Yeah, maybe you do. That's your African American thing. And tell me about a husband. Her Lisa, her sister, like her cousin Lisa. Her sister, her older cousin, nursing tech. Hey. Yeah, Carter, wherever Kimberly lives, you know, and they do that. We're very nice. That's great. Look at me, I said, they live in African American. You follow that poor woman though, because he did so much stuff to that poor woman. It was like as heartless as possible. Right? He does right there. Clubfoot, like actually, yeah, it's actually. Well, it's just, it's really, yeah, so you have a part of your body that doesn't work. That poor woman. You check out Kimberly. No, I didn't, you know, you did that. You stalked me through my whole kidnapping in 2021. Get off my crotch with that. Well, you're saying I was in the, you would have had to have been like following me around 24/7. How did you get in how did you get in the Raleigh prison system on that man enough to do that? Where was everybody else? Why was my phone line so cut? You know, I don't know what this is, but it has to stop. This has nothing to do with the upper middle class suburban neighborhood. I click on my emails and get so well, she wants to rob me and then buy stuff. And the problem is that the evidence is created in relation, and then you never stop. Well, that's a civil case. Not really, that's damages for a criminal case, which is different again. Like if your daughter was jogging and went missing, and 15 years later they caught the guy. You can still get damages for that. And found your daughter's body 9 later. Well, it's just the same thing. Literally, it's literally the same thing as that. Because the evidence is created. You know, that's the problem with Togi Eno is good blue. You don't do anything on an Eno. You're not, you don't do anything is correct. Right? Yeah, so this man does not do anything. No. He does stuff maybe, but he doesn't do, and he has to only do the stuff. They could tell him, you see that if you do it, you have to do my job. He can't do the stuff he's doing, but like, There's no such thing as what Tony was doing in his corner, which is a very big problem in all of us. Like if there's that's an enormous problem. You even refer to it as, according to your victim who's sitting there, I can hear you sometimes. He's correct. But that's what that means. I actually am really not. Get that from all, you get that from all of that. You need, I'm pretty sure I'm not moving to Malibu, California. It's just interesting. Oh, so, I don't know. You put one like a really funky trailer on this one. $105,000 on Pacific Coast Highway in Malibu. 105,000 for a piece of land. I mean, water and sewer is already there. I mean, where is this? Malibu, California. Edgewater Drive. Oh, gee, you can see the ocean. Really? Incredible ocean views. Spectacular Malibu ocean view. What? Unbelievable value from Malibu land. Incredible ocean views. Voter may finance call for more details. 99,000. $99,000. So $100,000 for an 8,000 square foot lot. It's a change. Zero Eldermore Drive, Malibu, California. California's next. Malibu Beach is right there. Malibu Pier is right there. Pacific Palisades. And it's just Santa Monica Pier. No way. Everybody watching this, somebody buy this. Like, look at one. Where is it? Zero Edgemore Drive. Zero. Eldermore. Zero ELDERMOOR Drive, Malibu, California. There's a piece of land right in Malibu, California. Really, you try it, it's not too far away from LA. Here's one on Pacific Coast Highway. Maybe that's awful. I don't know if it's like art. There's a couple of them. Put a trailer on it. I'm not sure how. It's a piece of land. Yeah. It overlooks the ocean. It's a thing, Eldermore. Are you allowed to? Yeah, as long as it's respectful. I don't think so. Maybe not. No. Maybe you have to build a house. Modular homes, like a house, get the it's most like the house, I don't have anybody, it's somebody else like. It overlooks the ocean. A lot of fire retardant, I'm not sure who it's helpful. The prestigious hills of Calabasas. But after I looked at those, I was like, I've heard people, they do that in movies, really, and in soap operas. The handsome surfer guy and the pretty lady police officer. Yeah. Look. probably would have been too bad, but it's. What's that other one's called? You do that, but you get into like, you have to pay damages. If you get any more children, Arkansas is gonna be broke. That's cool. You have to pay all the children like a ridiculous amount of money technically for the amount of crime you're committing. And like the amount of crime you're committing with malice and intent. I just like MapQuest with architectural design, are people dumb? It's like historical or something. It's like, well, they've gone up in price, they're like, yeah, it was a good investment, Gardner was a place like, it's nice neighborhood. It's a suburban neighborhood. No, I couldn't afford it. With my parents and I lived with the new ones. The apartment, oh, it's auction, it's not $0. My, my, my poor apartment. You know, okay, like your life would have been, if this monster moved in with me, these men moved in with me, he can't move in with me now. And she's very, very correct. You cannot move in with Miss Casper and break every law known to God and man. Okay, you cannot stalk the Casper family out of a case where you committed a crime. To create evidence is always committing a crime. You allowed criminals that are these men right now into, this is not like Wildwood. You need to call the village's police also if you're calling around to people to get security clearance. It's probably gonna be, it's correct. The Wildwood police also, there's no such thing as that if you got anyone in their right mind on the phone. There's not allowed to be. The Wildwood police aren't, they work with the village's police. I don't know what this is you're doing, everyone says. There's no such thing as what you're doing. It's crazy. They're tired of screaming, "Oh, I do that." This man gets out in where else in the community on this nutcase? Do you understand that is a schizophrenic pedophile of absolute death? Not the lady. It's nothing. You know that that's created also is a problem. They apparently need you in custody now. They need you not doing that there. Was she supposed to say she likes Mr. Carter? I was told to do this here. I was told to sexually abuse Miss Casper. She has to say she liked Mr. Kreider. I'm allowed to use Otis tool. You can't take that back there. You said Anetto is a gang rapist. Anetto never laid his disgusting, criminal, sexually abusive, and domestically abusive hands upon this. He has conspired and acted in a gang rape way. He's acted in a gang rape way so much that you actually have to convict him of gang rape. Oh, like Otis Toole over there has committed so many conspiracy crimes and sexual assault crimes towards children. You have to convict him, all of them. You have to convict all of these men with the rape, sexual abuse, kidnapping. You have to charge them with the murder and rape and sexual torture of all the children that conspired so much and then committed so other. You just have to commit them, charge them with Adam Walsh. You have to convict them of Adam Walsh's death. Does that make sense? Like you're completely outside of the legal system. Tony Anetto has to be convicted of gang rape and murder and kidnapping and sexual torture and stalking because he stalked so much in relation to conspiracy and committed so many neighborhood pornography crimes. You have to charge that are gang rape, the sexual assault device used, and then even the nature of the stalking in a gang rape way was so totally just about prudent interest. They were so open about it. Lewd and lascivious interest, and there were multiples of them, and they would not take no for an answer because the man followed the woman in the house and then doggedly followed, also screaming Gwyneth Paltrow. And according to these men, well, you have to convict the men of gang rape. Also, they are so totally accomplices and accessories to these men that technically, legally, you have to convict them of all the crimes committed by these men as the highest accomplice and accessory. You are so totally an accomplice and accessory, is correct. You are now just the perps. Like if you so totally knowingly, all of you, and like the entire sheriff's department in Arkansas, that is an adult in charge, a power that be that can act, that's correct. We have to charge you with the murder and sexual torture and kidnapping of Adam Walsh because you were so totally, like you again gave them the passcodes to knowingly that they're going to just run over here and start masturbating her and him dirt. And then you're standing around like not arresting him to school. So I'm knowing and watching what he's doing. There's no such thing as that. Like just everybody rushes in to arrest Otis Toole over there. And Neville, as soon as he's going, I'm going to masturbate, and you're aware of it, you're watching. That's what he says. I'm going to masturbate. But I mean, his crimes are so hideous and horrifying in nature. He's just repeating it. I'm sitting there, I wake up in the morning, all of a sudden my crotch is tensing. Not to be absolutely hideous, but it's just simply the facts. Crimes are facts. Yeah. I mean, it's all, not anything. Yeah, so, I mean, just the facts I mean, electrocuted, bludgeoned. I can hear Otis Toole in the background going, I need to, and they're getting a moment of peace. No, I will rush in to activate them. which he always says. Yeah. Okay. And her, and that's a 10-year-old, and her CLITTY booter. I glad they're spelling that. But he says it so much that my spelling, I mean, it's only like 5 words. And I'm a very nice, ordinary woman that would never dream I called every single federal court and employ, it's not their jurisdiction. There's no such thing as jurisdiction, and there certainly isn't here. Does that make sense? There's no such thing as mental health here. Also, that's a problem. The person has no mental health issues. The man that created this evidence uses mental health. I get that, Dad. You know that, Dad. I don't know what they hired out of lazy truck depot employee or lazy truck driver. You're a big man, but I think I'm thinking truck actually driving because they just sit there at a big, it's a weird job. It's a very big machine. It's like a mess sometimes, and they get sued. So they don't want anything that's like, I'm with you, I don't think Toyota is making a truck driver. If I were bigger, I could make truck driver. I guess. If I were bigger, would it be a truck driver? So could other people, you have to be completely, actually these days, like coherent and sober. Which not right now, I couldn't, because I got too much criminally going on, I got too much. I have nothing on my driving record other than this. It's a required, this way they're kind of big and fat, you have to like balance the weight. Usually somebody's like father now, they pay okay. It was, probably was back in the day, they just had a mullet, and sometimes they had put security cameras in every gas station. And drug tested all of them. It's a long, strenuous, more middle-aged women, because it's usually maybe it's the middle-aged spread, really. It's a really big, heavy thing, and it's day and night, all this other stuff. You know, like in-state routes. But I mean, sometimes your wife and your sister say no. It's a lot of, you get another job. In-state routes, you see female truck drivers driving in-state. It's a man's job. They stop for the night, I mean, it's kind of a rich motel level, especially if you're a female. Comparatively, it's okay, but it's hard work. That man is the weirdest dump truck driver in the history of dump truck drivers. You know, and it's not a thinking job. I mean, are you out of your mind? You're not like making choices with Otis Toole to do things. Obviously, slightly out of his mind. But you just don't do anything except what the law dictates, which it certainly does not there. You don't run around screaming. It's a professional job with very serious results. You've sexually abused the neighborhood half to death. You brought Otis Toole into, he does a bedroom community, a multi-million-dollar community. You do not give Otis Toole the passwords, complete access to a community like this with Hogula, the child rapist burglar. Yeah. Okay? You let these men do this here all night again. Again, there are 2 children sleeping over there, and one that's about to be born in 2 months. The woman is like the neighbor. She has a baby due in August. I'm in a brand new, immediately now, if I had a new apartment, we said he didn't want it on the internet. There's no such thing as that. Yes, also what is actually going on is what's actually going on. So it's like a core tenet of the law. I mean, it's just these vast abstracts that you made up.
Yeah.
Vast abstracts and generalizations. It's actually what it's called. There's no such thing as that.
Yeah.
It is also called vast abstracts and generalizations. And it's a core tenet of the law. You don't do those.
Yeah.
You're sure absolutely positive. It was a probation violation to me. I didn't know what it was. Okay, why are you super combative out of all the men from like off Capitol Boulevard you hired? That's a very big problem. You're not allowed to, like, it's like this, man. Do you not know? I don't know your area. People do that to me. I just do for. That's correct. You do not know any area. You're not that young. You're not allowed to bring people without college degrees from that part of Philadelphia into this part of Philadelphia. Or this part of Pittsburgh into this part of Pittsburgh without college degrees in Angie's List bin verification. Where are the other police in Webb County? Well, they would put home team wealthy advantage. It's not a vast generalization. I'm not sure. She was a neighbor that poisoned his wife with antifreeze, and the wife lived and he got out. And he was weird and fondled the children a little bit.
Okay. Which is unusual in your community, right? Yeah.
Then the court system is very aware of that. He definitely made the newspaper with that. And they're treating him, and he'd be living like in your apartments. They might not, well, that's you, lady. You don't want you living in those apartments. I'm not sure the court would be treating that appropriately in relation. Well, that's where the evidence in a closed case. This is your case. First of all, that just gets shot down right away. Wow. There's no such thing as that. That is not how we treat the convicted. You have to follow all the proper rules and protocol for treating the convicted. You don't tell them to leave their hearts across state lines every time we talk to you about it. You told me you need to leave your heart across state lines. Well, except their jurisdiction. Yeah, but I mean, you're just literally told not to interact with the police. We've got a probation officer. Well, again, that's that story again about like, yes, I'm not allowed to. And then what are you talking about? That's like what cops are trying to find out by interviewing them without a lawyer. Like in their underwear, in the toilet, in the shower for 10 years? Well, you yell at them from the shower because you're in my shower. And it's a little hard not to yell sometimes with what you're doing. You're yelling now, lady. So that can't be carried. No. Just, like I know it when I say it. It's just that whatever it is. As opposed to anything and everything. And anything like that. Vast abstracts and vast generalizations and opinions on things. There's no reason to get so combative. They're getting combative with me because you did something. How are people with the actual criminal? Well, they need to not do that. The man is retarded. Literally. Be careful. Don't point out he's retarded too much. We're just thinking it. I don't know, why don't you want to arrest the pedophile? Yesterday, they were definitely, again, this Mormon group that's in the area, and they're schizophrenics of it, and people just do not go into where they are. And they're actually a very extreme Mormon group. Not that lovely trip we had to Zion Canyon in Salt Lake City. Or like even like an offshoot, it's actually what Warren Jeffson is.
Okay.
He said, you're gonna need to get him in custody before he RIPEs a child in the villages already, is the problem. You know, I'm not, this is what, okay, your bed sheets are disheveled. I agree. On the floor, maybe. I agree. I got all my stuff back. I need to get a job because I owe Discover, which I've kept up with all the payments, but I owe Discover $1,000. Oh, I mean, okay, so it's pretty tidy to me. So these are why are you hiring schizophrenic men from, they must have, they hired him as from the Warren Jeff. This is what you're, well, I need to fill out the job app, send the job applications into Target because I do need to get a job around here, we think. Wait, Target's right out. I need to stop screaming in my nice new apartment. You know, and then I can't, the man is beating me. It's because he's defending his case. I turned the case into every federal judge. That is the problem with the Arkansas authorities all throughout this. I'm not Rodney King, okay? I'm a I mean, I'm not sure, but you didn't engage in, yeah, you're absolutely at fault, and your crimes are shown. There's no argument. Your crimes, Eve Carson, not Rodney King. Or sorry, that's awful because it's not. I have nothing going on in relation to race whatsoever. Oh, okay, nothing. I tuned in for 1985. Okay, I have nothing going on whatsoever. There's no I mean, as far as anything, I would be very embarrassed if I accidentally did or said something that's like actually improper about race. I just have nothing, nothing going on with that. All the other nice, normal people, and then, any other people. This lady has. Well, it wasn't a cultural context. Like, I had nothing at all, or just anything. Yeah, maybe people accidentally are being awful and making movies or something. Okay. Or have some things in their heads or something. I don't know what you're like, Nels Hollow. Her purse just happened to be African American. In this case, they're you. Okay, so just in your story, I'm just a woman the poor woman. I am just a woman next to these nice houses with the people going by in their nice trucks because that goes back to a nice, normal neighborhood, jogging by on the greenway. Well, that's somebody's 30-year-old daughter. Then. Well, you wait, you're kind of. I'm not the guy that is a criminal that sleeps underneath a trailer. Like, the police aren't allowed to. There goes, Barney or something. Pretty much harmless, but yeah, he works as a workman in construction. He's harmless enough. He's not doing anything. Well, the cops aren't allowed to he was drinking. He was a DUI for cocaine and alcohol. They beat Leon up really badly, apparently, from the construction crew people work with. For Leon.
I mean, I'm not Leon from the construction crew. It's the one that has the like substance problem that's gonna get in trouble and everybody's gossiping about, but everybody likes him. But, no, we like Leon. He needs to get in a little bit of trouble. I'm not sure they just need to write him a ticket so he sobers up and goes to AA and has to go interact with the court. He's got 2 children and stuff. And also, he's grumpy at work and he's rude or something one morning. Well, that's why people rioted, because it's just, as far as I can tell from that, why, as far as personability, I'm not your lady first, or, well, I didn't know what that was. Okay, you didn't know what that was, so please follow the proper procedure. He's not an investigating police officer. He's not actually a detective. He's a town security officer, which is the ones that did all this with the truck, with the home invasion, stalking of Boca Raton to death and stuff. You can tell they're extremely low class to anybody you've ever met or interacted with. I mean, you're right, because it was later on the friend. Yeah. So white people both own and work on the construction crew. True blood. And Justin's mom, my brother's friend, is the Chick-fil-A manager. African American Justin's mom is the Chick-fil-A manager. Justin. And everybody's having fun. They're doing Buffy down in something down at the Chick-fil-A Shreveport from their work. Or the cafe. I'm not sure, but just like for, what are you talking about? The other people that are working are actually working with the other guy who's, very ordinary, different kinds of people. Different shades of complexion. I'm not sure. The other kid over there is rude, but this guy and I are peacefully getting up in the morning and chatting about the ordinary things and doing our job. I don't know what 70 years ago was doing or something ridiculous. You have to check for application of the law in relation to racism. And then there's like tons of people going around. The guy that's being racist is not very nice. Discussing racism in your people. I'm not sure. Wherever the equipment would be and everybody working. Maybe I don't know. Girls like vampire movies for some reason. I'm not sure what girls at home. There's African American people on that? I believe so. Really, I was going to sit here and watch it because that looked like fun, but the thing screams over movies so badly. Ew. I think there's like her best friend's African American, or there's lots of African American people going by and there's ordinary people that I work with. I have no idea in their cafe. And they're in Shreveport, Louisiana. If there's something wrong with the show, but like nobody's remembering or paying any attention. Sorry, I haven't watched it because you did all this and stuff, like arrested me or something. Kidnapped me for another year. Okay. That's the most schizophrenic monster ever.
I need him not at large in the community. That is a completely ridiculously bad criminal man. It says nothing about, it does nothing but reflect extremely badly on all law enforcement. The man has been that bad, which was pretty easy to find out all throughout and county court systems. And there's no such thing as jurisdiction. You had to intervene in the daily crime. There's no such thing as we just call back and they say no at the Cary police. It's if you're a town security officer on that, also on that. He's not actually a police officer of that, is the problem. Antonio. Yeah, he's like a town, he could do, that one's actually a police officer enough to do detective work. It's been going on so incredibly hideously all these years. Every day has been stalking by these men. According to this, they found a truck grounder. Yeah, they found the device they need, which is like defunct in whatever. It's an old truck grounding device. It's old that are connected to wires on like, because they have security password to use in progress police tech, thanks to Todieto, who is not supposed to have it. We didn't like you. I think there's body camera footage of all the interactions I had with these guys. Like they're kids, and they interact with the other kids, or they're 20-somethings, they interact with the other 20-somethings, or just adults or whoever. Yeah. There's a caveman in it. Whatever that king of that hill. Baby cars. Baby cars. Cars. Dump trucks and cars. With the other guy that doesn't call you lawsuit. He's trying to get I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not like letting this is just sure. He does this constantly. Like I'm not an authority, but it's just your understanding of the world. What are you talking about? Great people going by. There's no opinion on that. Right? It's like a little schizophrenic freak. He's racist. He's a child molester. From the other parts. I don't care if you're racist, you can't act on anything. Get out of my house. That's technically correct. There's only, you can't be, criminally racist and then work in law enforcement, and then, you can't be racist in another guy's house. Like if you were doing a legitimate, I'm following the heroin dealers around until the heroin and meth dealers are arrested. Well, that's actually what I'm doing. No, it's not what you're doing. That's gotta quit too. Really, yeah, that is like hell of a white girl chat and criminal chat. You're lying again in your brain's division. You're also committing and have committed hideous amounts of crime. Oh, but they were racist or something, and you're white. It has nothing to do with anything. But you're just like, you're not allowed to be in something. You're not allowed to act on racism or just be in somebody else's home being racist. Just to be up for conversation. You're not allowed to be. It's incorrect, super, you're off like jury duty, remember, it's incorrect superimposition. You know, like here's all these pictures, here's a mouse, here's cheese, here's a truck and a boat and a picture of the mouse. Did we put the cheese with the mouse or the boat or the truck with the mouse? This is from jury duty selection, we've had no law school whatsoever, like any of the men that worked on this case practically. They're all down there with magistrates doing something, stealing. All these like dirty hood companies that get out or taking over different, you know, they're real, really, yeah, they really get out and they're really criminal. Yeah. Or have taken over. I was just so corrupt, there's like a reason to corruption, I mean, but it's schizophrenic somewhere. You just stuck a boat with a mouse. Just a mouse. It's the customer mice, and your job is to bust, you know, meth and heroin dealers. Well, would that be meth and heroin? Okay, so it was an African American person. Ooh, I'm interested in that. You're too low to be on jury duty. And we don't have like, you know, science projects in low. Well, yeah. Okay. Statistical curiosity aside is different. Yours is out of the ballpark and low. Lowness. It's dangerous. You're probably some kind of retarded. You don't act on things that aren't things. A lot. We think that's how that got voted off the island completely. It had to be, but really, yeah, because it was a venue. But it got voted that bad of racism. It didn't necessarily. And there are people that engage in behaviors and are at the time, which is sort of the. But I stopped really. Yeah. I mean, I was actually. You're making fun of the guy with the ankle bracelet actually or something. Really, yeah. Or I was being corrected, or I was kind of puffing and bouncing inappropriately at the community of other people that I invited their families. Talking about their business, I felt that now. And I stopped. Or I get in trouble. It's not nice behavior to be. But the like worst of it was like, hey, there were people in hot places. Yeah, you know, and they looked, they weren't actually like you know, this service, it was a Skid Row dental surgery, you know. You know, like in that color, but we people might, no, but here's the man who lives in a nice house, has a nice car, has a lovely wife and kids, has never gotten in trouble for domestic violence. When he gets in trouble, it was something, he analyzed it and she cheated on him. She fucking did another guy. And I can see look at he does that, so I got like, you know, Fraser and Miles over there, yeah, or something, then you got like whatever that guy's doing. Something dirty and acting out, and he's a big dangerous thing. Whoa. Oh, what did he do? I don't know, we were on screaming and yelling. He swatted. He swatted. I don't know what analysis. That's the mouse swing was used correctly. Not funny, there's finger swatting. There hasn't been said something true. That's just if the analysis is correct. Oh. The cheese goes there to the bone. Another person. If it's a bad person, it's the same as any other kind of bad person. But there are statistical cultural factors, okay, and it's more cheese where the cultural factors actually are. With mice, not boats and cars. Nice don't rabbit bears, big cheese. That's of course also like the picture of the mouse with the cheese and the boat and the car are ridiculous enough. Whatever the ballpark is doing in 2026 in America. Also. I've seen nothing, we just something hideous to her. Pretty sure we're kind of like, and stealing vehicles and things like that, or, and I mean, it was in schizoid slither. Slither are so nasty, like schizoid slithering sadists. Don't do that, like a following them molest them in your pocket. But yeah, you needed to quit with the mental health stuff. There were all these people that were way too non-handicapped for it, they was stealing from. Yeah, that's not that department. They understand the court procedure just fine. You don't get to confiscate every vehicle that had, you know, a tiny, any amount of, if that's if they're using it to drug deal. Maybe then, like, is it, with somebody else with kids using it to get groceries and stuff like that, it's a family car. It's stupid. In 1991, 92. Police committed a crime on Canadian doing this, and they wouldn't properly apply the law, like nothing but the law. That's correct, like the law is going to, well then the extenuating factors in the pound of flesh the law is about to extract from you, just kind of clinically, is then discussed. Oh, that's correct also. Who was dealing the meth and the heroin? Thanks. Then you should know it's not good for you, goodness. Maybe that's other people. Look as bad as me, I need the money. I live in a community. You're like, well, you're saying like a lot of time. Okay. No. That's just how it works, legally. And they hung him for it. You can't hang all the crackheads, the crack junkies, and crackheads. Because there's a bunch of them there. He's the only guy to come down with it. They'll pile with it. That's how it works. Okay, it's probably that's a fallen handicap construction worker. That
was selling drugs and running around doing crazy stuff. That's pucking and their people too. I'm sure it did. For our artistic is after they also make these rap music about creepy Kid Rock rapping, a lot of strip club, like Skittles rapping. One to eat. No dangerous at all. One of the horrible rap genre. Like Skittles raps about me, bad teeth, and working in a strip club. And Kid Rock. Ernest goes to jail and rap. I don't care. You don't care. And what is this stupid conversation about? This is like word association and you just won't stop. You know, I politely ask, like, who are these men? And somebody please can verify that, no, I didn't make any claim this year about our check on the community. People running loose, you're really running at this winning board, right? I mean, if there's no running and screaming, you don't want. You're at work, there's no running and screaming and doing things at work. There's a specific task, and you do your specific task. It's actually very serious. I mean, there's so much, why would you be running, are you playing? Okay, you're not gym house. You're doing all this stuff. What is it you're doing? All of you is correct. You're doing all this like insane stuff that doesn't do anything. What are you talking about? There's a very specific situation going on. You understand the specifics. Ooh, see, that's running and screaming and doing so. Why on earth would you do that? You said to say no, so I said to no there. Okay. Oh, well, I'm gonna go appropriately find the guy that said no because you can't say no there. Also, if you have any evidence that comes in, my phone line is cut. You gotta go. If my phone line is cut, I'm being stalked. That's the problem with running into, yeah, he then, no, I'm taking the need for a second evaluation. It wouldn't stop. My phone line is cut, I'm being stalked. Okay, that's why what he did there is actual crime. Yeah. Like if you had been there, it was jaw dropping. He's set up.
You do not need to comment on everything I'm doing. Yes, you talk back to. Tony, nobody, that's also, there's no such thing as that. Nobody is talking back to you. Nobody's paying any attention to you. You just need your evidence verified. Yeah. You need your crime investigated because you're being stalked by the same man who committed the crime. Is all you're doing. You don't do the whole thing as appropriately as possible. You do not, is what you're saying is Tony cannot intervene in that. Yeah. He has no. There's no interacting there. What would possess you to keep the evidence from the Caspers instead of just giving them their evidence? Your family in the neighborhood I work in. It's not your community. Because actually you're like a over person in that, and then you're an employee brought into the community that's in an authority position. It's not actually your community. For the people who live in the community, it's their community. For example, there's a 10-year-old boy walking by, it's his community because he lives in that house there. You're a man that is an employee that is brought into the community. It's not your police station, it's their police station because they live in the community. What? No, it is extremely offensive for all of you to say it's your community. You're actually a dangerous man who's a criminal, technically. All of this is crime. Every single thing you did and said all these years, all of it is technically high felony crime. You made decisions that do not exist legally and committed acts of crime that were extremely heinous in nature and aggravated. You did it with malice and intent. You brought these men into the community. I told him to turn that off, but he won't turn it off. But that's a Tony Edo to get arrested. That is a town law enforcement and security maintenance officer, which all, adults in charge and people who are paying attention at work kind of know. Maybe there's some subterfuge, but this man does not have any legal requirements. Or not legal requirements. You don't actually I'm not sure, have all these men passed a background check to be here day and night? Or be in a community? The guy that lives in the community, it's his community. If you are a felon, you can't vote. You do not represent your people, you are a felon. Yeah. You don't have a people. Right now, you could. Often other felons are that really, yeah. It's not nice, but that kind of entrepreneur is a felon, or actually it's whatever it is. It's kind of not his community anymore, or he's dealing drugs in it. But that's about, you still have a community, really. Yeah. If you're just committing serious enough felonies, no, you don't have a community if you're dealing heroin and meth and wherever you live. Exactly. Because you're committing felony crime, which is very bad. You lady. You lady. With the lady. Why are you going back to interacting on a personal criminal level with the lady? Okay, apparently the wife beater over there does that and is handicapped. Well, can I get it out of my house now? And then you have to stop touching people and carrying illegally. You have to stop touching people in Wildwood, Florida. He went and checked out 4 other properties, at least by now. Well, very badly. He was in a child's bedroom. You're going to have to take his access to law enforcement passcodes away.
So your town security police, your town police officers are, I have no idea why. The problem is you get this big dirty dump truck driver in there that looks like SWAT team or something. Okay, so, and suddenly you have a 200+ pound man that's a side, it's the big side of a brick house, like from SWAT teams not working out there. I mean, I'm not sure, but these men, okay, so there's just like, they're kind of random males that are congregated that are doing things and have gotten out over the years. No, it's kind of a random male. That's not, well, that's definitely a random male. It's like a random male. Of any sort. It's kind of a wife beater, creativity. It's dangerous. It appears to be a dangerous life compared to your community. Your people apparently sit still and read the book as opposed to eat it. And then run around screaming a lot. No, you have to read the book at all to like, you don't seem capable of following the rules of football. Ooh, you don't ooh there whatsoever. Do you realize the amount of crime you engaged in as an individual person in America and are right now? You can't be in the Casper's new house. You are not allowed to be in the stalk the Caspers anymore. Out of these men. You stalked me for another 4 years. Well, you went right back to reporting me when you were told not to. When I tell people not to, no means no. Oh, ooh. So you don't understand these feminist lib stuff. Excuse me on that. No, he never like pops out and stuff like that. Why did you bring a wife beater into a community like Cary? He's very dangerous. He interacts with the community all the time. And they are very much in positions to offend. They have to be charged and arrested and fired. I don't care. He's not allowed to work in Cary, North Carolina or anywhere anymore. The crimes the men committed were too extreme. They were with too much malice and intent. Yeah. He committed too many, the Wake County Prosecutor's Office, and then committed too many high felonies. There are two, think of my life. I don't care about your life. Think of my life if these men had not been in my community. Okay, he's already eating a child right now. So they sexually assaulted little girls and boys on they did that in ours too because they found something. We think it might be out of yours. Tony had incredible domestic violence behavior, but a man could be fired and lose his livelihood. You shouldn't have made this your livelihood if you should have been stopped day one and then been going to your AA meeting of that and what anger management. If you're zapping and tensing somebody's genital area, all of a sudden you did anger and stalking women in the shower. Well, he's a police officer. He's a reason to do that. No. If the police ever followed you into the, somewhere before, to sexually abuse you, technically, legally, no. Okay. Well, then he's a very bad egg. They're very bad eggs. They aren't. Well, would it not? You. Okay, I'm very sorry. You were a doctor and you were molesting children openly at this point, all throughout. You can't be. It doesn't matter. You can't work here anymore. You can't work for Wake Med anymore. Seriously.
No one cares what happens to you.
Yeah.
So this is about Aneto's job in our community in Cary. After what these men did, yeah. I mean, where did you find the guy that the surly, aggressive? He looks like a fallen cable installer. Think of the. Well, it's just there's a look, and he's being a criminal. If he's from off of Capitol Boulevard in Millbrook and was all throughout, the problem is this: the 15 years you were in the community, then he's worked here for 10 years now. You did this the entire time. That is a wife beater, okay? That is the worst wife beater, really, yeah. That is a cycle of domestic violence. Behavioral crimes are very dangerous. They will, like the pedophile priest in the X-Files. The goddamn guy got molested, he really molested, and then the things going on around the guy that really molests children. He molested like, at least he really molested 150 kids. And really with, like they're gonna need, we're not, they're just suing because they're vindictive and they want our money. No, they're gonna actually need the therapy on your back. Yeah. And other physical damages and stuff. Okay. He said, you, lady, aren't allowed in this community. They're going to make exceptions since you're the innocent victim of a crime. Excuse me? No, you aren't allowed in the community. Well, that's actually probably why that is, really, yeah. You don't want to commit crime. I have no idea. I don't know. Again, not the random. No, that applies to you, not Miss Casper again. Does that make sense? Really? Yeah. He does that every single time. Somebody reported something that somebody did, and it was him, kind of. So the lady, and then he's going to go interact with the lady. There's a lady in that. I'm going to defend the lady. Okay, so he's a walking domestic violence cycle. So weird. Yeah. Just stop doing whatever that you actually did that is actually against the law and you know it. No, the lady was drunk, not him, and high on drugs. It's like everything is in absolute backwards. Who's drunk and high on drugs? I have no idea. Maybe. Why? Is it really weird? I'm not allowed to. What is he talking to himself about in there? In that. It's a lot of talking to himself about stuff. Schizophrenic people do that. I think it's so weird. It's a schizophrenic spectrum. Again, his career. Okay. Him, not you. Well, that's why I say I don't know what that thing wrote down, whatever the man that does all this wrote down. Okay. I remember those pens even. Yeah, because you were sexually abusing me as hideously as possible, and apparently children on the, somewhere near Wake Forest. Also, he just said it over. Really, yeah, he said you can get all the way to Wake Forest. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Maybe somebody else was doing it out there. He said Wake Forest since. I don't know what he said. He said he found Dylan and he was stalking a little boy in Cary. Really, yeah. And a little girl. I just remember Dylan and I remember this conversation. They're either in Arkansas. He was in the other office and he was sexually abusing children out of his other office. The language that came, and they just doggedly would not stop sexually abusing.
I mean, it was unbelievable. Yeah. And interacting. And I called the police over and stalking over and over again. They have not turned it off in my house, in my parents' house. So your cell phone and your internet, yeah. They have not turned it off in my house. I have not gone to the bathroom without these men standing there in 10 years. Their crimes, you know, I go to run in and cut those phone lines. Why would you be worried about cutting the phone line if all the email is out or getting out? Well, nobody called, baby. They don't support you. Yeah, but everybody, well, they didn't actually intervene by arresting us. Apparently, they don't actually arrest when a guy like me gets in something. So nobody's sure how to arrest a judge or something. You're a magistrate. You're not a judge, is the problem. He has like the equivalent of a real estate license. And he let his license expire or something. So somebody did something shady where they, yeah. The FBI would have to arrest the judge if a doctor turned into a pedophile. Okay. So you're taking that silly Simpsons episode, or not Simpsons, the South Park. Officer Barbrady is unarrestable. Okay. You're abusing the death out of the culture and getting like all these criminal guys like are running in the back because that thing was there. Maybe the judge doesn't usually, and he gets censored in that censorship. So it doesn't turn into, Class A felony heroin dealing or something. It's not that crime. He gets censored. Where's the proper censors for judge behavior before he gets there by all the other judges? Really? He really just sexually assaulted that little girl. And says, here's your key fob. That's where the key fob for my Honda Civic, my brand new $25,000 car. I gave it to the North Carolina Education Fund because they said they couldn't. Yeah, here's my brand new Honda Civic. The totally gang raper now. Well, it's actually about that. That's why they call him a gang. That's a schizoid again. That's a schizophrenic. All of them. We don't make noise. They're extroverted autistics. All of them. Yeah. Because he did to say that there. Because he's making noise that it doesn't connect to anything. Again. The problem is he's an evil man that uses. It's like an animal. It's a schizophrenic spectrum. He's a very big man. It makes him like an animal. And then he goes after the other person who's not interacting with him individually because they could care less about him individually. It's just the same as all the other people going by on the street. It's just sort of like if he had arrested them for shoplifting and punched them and then grabbed their butt or something. And they had not been shoplifting. What on earth did all that? Believe me, you lady. And again, they don't, pardon me. I'm going to go interact with the man that did that. It could be out there. I'm sorry, I thought you were the shoplifter. Who would take you away? You don't go and interact with the person that you had the altercation with. That was even an altercation there. Well, there she gets into altercations. So I'm supposed to believe this man actually would do something. See, this is crazy talk. Did the man do something there? Here's the names of all the parties involved and their phone numbers. They're being vindictive. What happened? He called 45 minutes before and said you were a shoplifter. He actually followed you into the workplace. He was checking. You're not allowed to check on. You can check on where Rakeem works because it doesn't matter. They know he's on probation and he has an ankle bracelet he has to wear. And that's fine then, because they found somewhere that's, So I had to declare I was on probation, and you didn't do so, lady. No one has ever done all that. And then why would you go back? You also realize the Caspers live in this house, okay? That's not where, So did the guy that poisoned his wife with antifreeze. How am I supposed to interact there? I don't know. Not every retarded hypothetical, and did I get to it? No, I'm not leaving the premises. I got to leave the premises. Yes, you technically have to leave the premises at that point.
is a problem on him. Okay, that man has to be taken into custody, and no, he cannot, because he was still working in McGregor after this point, which is in like 2014. All the rest of this stuff happened to you and everybody else in the community. God knows what happened to with these men cruising around, in relation to your case, and then whatever else he did to a completely ordinary day. The schizophrenic man or something is just gotten into his Wheaties too on all of this. He's like a wife beater. The guy with domestic violence and criminal cycles have gotten into their Wheaties today. They're stealing, really. There's like, $20,000 in there. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, that's getting into Wheaties. If you get up in the morning and okay, I could get into some business today. And then they're, leaping through the neighborhood. Not here, you can't, bub. It's incredible criminal monkey business. His crimes right now are without comparison. Do you realize every time you touch a person's genital area, it is a class A felony. If the person does not want their genital, I don't care if the person's anywhere. No, there's no reason. Like here's the body camera footage. During the arrest, I was reported for fondling. Okay. Oh. Well, this is during the heroin. What do you stakeout or something? Dealing stakeout, heroin and meth. We would use this for a heroin. That's where I got the idea to do this. Oh, so for a heroin and meth dealing stakeout, you have no current interest. I'm interested in the heroin and meth. Yay. Because I went to lots of police training as to, the rest of us are heroin and meth, how to get it out of things, the community, and know that it's in that truck over there in those houses. And those people are dealing it. And it goes here and here, and it went to that strip club over there, and then they're dealing it there. Oh, and then it's in that guy's house. And then where else does the rest of the meth come from? It isn't being dealt. Robert, I was just about, we don't need to scream about it. Sorry. In fact, we're in a stakeout. These microphones are all two-way. You're always two-way, lady. All right. I have no idea what to do with this schizoid affective wife beater. He's like eating the dog and damaging everything with Delmar. But I have no idea. He likes ancestry. Yesterday we owned a rice plantation in Savannah. A rice plantation. It's your ancestry. Over there we're like Madalena that hangs out with the Russian royals. I think I heard it, we were completely ordinary people, but we're the same people we are now. We do have ancestors from Savannah. There's no, yeah. Pretty sure positive needed. According to my grandma who did ancestry. Are you sure? Ooh, then they are Southern man too. Okay, I'm surprised this other. We're actually Americans, so people the same as now. There was something there. A rice plantation. I think we lived in the city, and it was after the Civil War. I think it was banking or something. I thought he's making stuff up. Probably. I have no idea. I think so. Rice plantation banking? I'm not sure. That might be one on the corn at the bank. This is the stupidest conversation to ever happen. Yeah, what's your ancestry? Apparently, handicapped man. He was an overseer on slave farms. Yeah, and they go pirate. So you were responsible for, you're one of the bad guys in the Middle Passage? Because that's so great. So you were a Nazi. Clay married Christine, and she was, my cousin Kent married Beverly, who owns a floral shop in Savannah. The family remembers it. It was definitely post-like. Same as now, they married someone from Hilton Head.
on vacation. Dawson's Creek. Dude, I don't know, like a great grandmother. That excited. My cousin married Beverly, who owns a flooring shop, like Beverly, a very nice, cute blonde lady, like the one you described, who owned a florist shop in Savannah. And he went and Grandma does the ancestry, and he went and checked or something. He found the relatives. They worked in a bank. It was like 1900. So they're carpetbaggers. I think they're just Kent and Beverly.
Well, they like to talk about, okay, Blanche, Jesus, both of you, yeah.
I'm not sure.
Oh my God, this is like, here's my Macy's name tag. Wait, I'm not sure, can she work? These men, nobody has a college degree. The women don't have college degree. And the Warren Jeff, he giveth and taketh away. Macy's is a fancy job for these men. This was the conversation yesterday. So it's the fresh market. Well, a lot of people need those jobs and don't have college degrees. And you could even be a fresh market job. I don't even take it seriously. I took it plenty seriously. Well, that's too much money you were making there, lady. I need this schizophrenic Fruit Loop, who's an absolute outlier in culture for everybody. You didn't like that lady. That could be girl on girl actions. Call her that. You would call that lady that. The wrong. MS. The wrong guy. Yeah, that's offensive again, Anita. Like all of the surly behavior. When it's about law enforcement. You've done nothing in our community for the last 15 years. You spend so much time on these men, but in general, all of you, with this stuff, okay? You just wasted 6 hours at work with whoever who was of your, you don't work on salary that much. You know, they hire you to I get it, do this specific type, not play Candy Crush of Death at work. Okay, and drink. Correct. I'm gonna beat World of Warcraft at work. You're a night security guard who makes a okay paycheck for your people or something, or at a jail. As long as everybody's lives on their shelves, maybe I don't know if beating World of Warcraft is the answer. That one's a little too time consuming. Do that on your own time. Maybe it will keep you busy so you're not neighborhood pornography out of your guys. But no, otherwise, I mean, it just wouldn't earth. Yeah, you can only do the things paid for on the company dollar. You know, and why is it always this inflated conversation? Because you're reporting him again as a rapist. You've been an incredible rapist and you have to go to prison. This stupid, that it died in stupid and I was paying labor rather than a bag. Day one with this kind of stuff. Which it says that there. It says stuff, nobody, and this isn't like a political conversation. Well, but actually these guys are, well, I would to politicize my, okay. Well, that's why politicizing your behaviors is frowned upon and a bad thing, like states' rights. You're not politicizing your behaviors. What if my behaviors result in a positive for the community? How can it? Oh, you're scanning. For example, there's a very nice travel camper. You were able to buy that travel camper because of the result. But then it's fact-based. In your case, the children of the community were sexually abused, which you know, and women, and bank accounts were schizophrenic. God knows why. Oh, we're playing. Let's go through your bank accounts and be in your homes. I'm not being vindictive. You just need to stop doing it right now. I just want the guy that did that out of my house, which is why I don't want to you don't want to interact with the guy that did that and somebody else is supposed to. And you're technically not allowed or legal or whatever. Because you could hurt that guy. Nobody wants to hurt that guy. It's just the law it does have to extract the pound of flesh and let you do whatever you did. Like if you murdered a man, they can't let you go. Just you got mad at you and the other you got into a feud and were puffing at each other and there was a gun and you shot him. Oh. Making noisy noise. Well, that could be you, lady. That maybe is pick on some of your own stuff. You, Merle and T-Bone you, the two yous had a feud and you shot a man for no reason. It's not self-defense. You could have very easily walked away. An unarmed you. Well, birds of a feather flock together and then sometimes they fight. Like a monkey with a mirror. If it was not you, it would probably be just self-defense. There's all these laws. No, laws. Like, and then Antonio followed me back to my house. Okay. Most of my, yeah, that definitely has nothing to do with this. Just in case you were doubting, wait a minute, that's a crime, really. That's definitely prurient interest, lewd and malicious interest. That was yesterday. And then they would still kill all the children of the polygamists. No, God, the poor baby in that story. Really? It's like a little 4-year-old. Oh, the poor little 4-year-old. It has his DNA. Maybe they can work with Dexter. Jeez, he's only 4. He's a total midget. They get real big, huh? Yeah, 40, 50, 45. Yeah, well, I don't care. But yeah, the poor, I don't know, they're just thinking the poor baby, you molest the kids that badly? Well, that's not good for little boys either. You have to do a welfare check on your children. You have to do a welfare check on your children. What would you do because I've sexually abused you every day for all these years? Would you hurt the baby? It is not Sophie's choice of domestic violence, right? Or something. Why? Would you kill the Nazi's child? Well, that's a Nazi's child. Okay. The Nazi's 4-year-old did not ask to be born. That come out too because they killed the children and sexually abused the children. So Otis Toole's little Kenny, really, yeah. Creepy little handicapped underneath the trailer. Nephew, who's 5, is there. What would hurt him? Okay, perhaps get the that's a threat on the families, you know? No, because he'll go smash the baby. Anybody would allow them near a woman would allow, as Otis Toole's sister or something. Otis was born with, a mess physically. And I would never leave him alone with the baby, and near any children. Well, that could be you, lady. Enough already with you, lady. I get it. Why can't do that in my community? A wealthy neighborhood, this story. Really, and this is every time. Or whoever this guy is. He's a Neto character, does it? That thing is so weird on the phone. He probably says that too. He's pretty weird on the phone. No, you can't use that there. Use that there. That's I'm going to say that again. Okay, would you please get Otis Toole in custody finally? That is how powerful the pocket juice Tisdit is. Thus. And that's what I said. If you tell the Blues to shut down because it's just not as strong, and these are all the other pocket juice vibrator.
I'm sorry, it's actually for your back. They sell that at Walgreens or your something. It's also warming. Is that a vibrator? They would check it. They should check it for. Oh, this is this one. You should check that for Sabita. And he goes, she showed it to her mother. Why? You just can't ever use it for that if you showed it to your mother. No, you can't ever use. Was it something like this and you didn't realize it was a vibrator? No, it was a facial. This is a hand warmer with some vibration. Yeah, the hand pocket juice. Well, somebody without the mind in the gutter of death of your the prettiest mind in the world, the juice is pocket juice is definitely it vibrates and it's warm. Maybe it is for that. No, it's for I don't know, it vibrates. Oh, I think it's just warming. We didn't think it needed to be vibrating. I have enough of a mind in gutters. We can say that. He does this every morning after waking him up like this. And then it's just this like chirpy word association with it. And then everything to the okay. It's awful. He's done it for years. I do it back. We're on television, so I'm doing it back. I don't know if I should be. Because the topics are just unbelievable. But I'm pointing out what the topics are. It's his repertoire. Yeah, that's the guy in Carroll County Arkansas that kidnapped you. Well, it's a blue. It's a man or a female, and it's a special app. So somebody figured out you can rape women. That's bad because it is weird. There was a very widespread organized crime gang in cruising communities. The neighborhoods they were in Boca, it's like miles. It is here. The village is very big of grandparents with yes, it's like retired people that have lives. Had lives all their lives. Their children do. Retired doctors, lawyers, business people. Grandparents with actual jewelry that's worth $10,000. A BOGO's $3. Yeah. A little bit. Okay. Sure, they have alarm systems. But they think they live in a safe community. They usually keep that in the safe. But if you're casing the joint, you can see my mom took her necklace out, and there's no way it gets law enforcement of any sort from anywhere. I don't think of it whatever. It's just a case. I'm gonna use it now because I'm so beat up from the electrocution. It was a facial massager, and that again was like whatever from Walgreens, from the same that brand, the Walgreens brand that sells so many things. And my Clarisonic broke. Finally. I mean, after 10 years or so, years, the Clarisonic finally broke. And I didn't buy it because I bought other stuff. Things that got away from the Macy's clearance. What are you talking about to yourself about? No, I mean, this is actually the progression. He's going to say this because he's actually stalked that much. When he went to the Macy's closing down at the Crabtree Valley Mall, at the Cary Mall, they had new Clarisonics, the ultrasonic facial scrubber. This is he's saying this because this is the stuff I found by doing it yourself. He has that on it too. How do you even know that? You also let some diamond stud earrings go, which was just stupid. Because you've had that right hand ring since. How long have I had the diamond right hand ring? Since 2000. That was like 2016. Well, will you leave? Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Things like very inexpensive. It was the one my mom and I talk about that. We really should have bought those. The Macy's diamond stud earrings that we were like I was slightly out of money and my mother didn't know what I was talking about. She was like, oh God, you should have told me better. They were like 1 carat diamond stud Macy's earrings for $150. Really? Yeah. They were really a good deal. It's ridiculous. So was a Clarisonic, but I forgot. My mom didn't get it exactly, or she wasn't there. There's something weird. My mother and I talk about it. But then, so I bought, that's what you were going to say. The first thing you said, I'm in the shower because I use a Clarisonic. Of course. What is a Clarisonic? Because you can use it in the shower. I didn't need to know that. We know the Clarisonic. I mean, of course, I remember that. But this is when the cell phone, it got worse when you can watch Netflix in the middle of Olmsted Park, or in the long distance, basically. But when I'm sitting there watching Netflix on my cell phone in the middle of Olmsted Park, Well, you need to turn it off if it scares you. Netflix is something's out of control on TV. It's a crackhead. That has happened on the television at various times throughout. No, it's just sometimes ours now is there's been a really ooky one here and there, like a criminal. There was a flasher on the TV. I'm a grown up and I actually get flashed all the time. So I mean, I'm watching it for criminal content sometimes. Generally, so. Well, it doesn't cause some kind of like, I bet some aversion therapy, or maybe it does. So watch out. Like, I don't know. Watch out. What they do with battered women syndrome is it's been decked over so. Yeah, like everything is that. No, nobody's been shot. Really, yeah, or something too. They're really bad superhero life leaders. They're mentally retarded and on the schizophrenic spectrum. That's why it's so weird. That's a schizophrenic spectrum. No, very much so. Like, what in the world is that? It's it's not a false positive, or when you interact further, it's schizophrenic spectrum, or something like it, like autism spectrum. It's like a latent, where the surface is walking and talking, but underneath is the schizophrenic spectrum. Sure. I'm not sure how well it's walking and talking. I just don't think anybody goes into definition. Not being, well, really, it's actually a schizophrenic spectrum for what doing. But you have to watch it. It's doing something weird, and then nobody can go in its office to interact because it's offensive. Well, you have to declare your work if you want, you can't be that kind of shy or something. You should get all company employees, yay. Okay, I come out of my cubicle and don't just do stuff back there. Enough. You be shy, but you have to declare your work. And then there's nothing in here going on. There can't be. Because you're at work on company time and we can get sued or something. And that's not how it works. No, there's a venue for parties over here if you don't get, and you have money to go to them that are appropriate. That's correct. Your child's 7th birthday is in fact a party. Yeah. There's all sorts of fun venues for it. Here's rent today at the zoo. That'd be a fun party. Yeah, we have fun for you too. You have a 7-year-old. You're very happy. You're going to take him to a baseball game for his birthday. That's a party. And then 3 little friends over there. Yeah. Baseball, your kid's birthday party. And then that'd be a poker and cocaine party. Parties do not have to involve those. If yours do, they're going to wrong kind of work. They have to be more good natured than whatever you're doing. Yours is an axe murder party. Police are not going to need to not know about them. That was great. You can't work in law enforcement, obviously. But every time I would come out of the shower with the Clarisonic, is that a no? Any explicit words for those? Is that a vibrator? No, it's a Clarisonic. Do you ever put, this is in the inaudible noise when you could hear it here, like rarely. But yeah, it would come out of Alexa, is that a vibrator? You instrument. Well, that's what I was saying. Like, you've done this, the Crypt Keeper on the cable box, VChip enable, which is actually, it's SME and Hogula or something. Yeah, no. He's just a SME in Italian American man from New Jersey. That's a Googly McDougly also, only in like, like weightlifter tornado, which is slightly more. Apparently, they're out there. Oh, it's a Googly McDougly. No, nobody does that. You go call for help. Not like that. Was it what though? If the sheriff's, you probably did do that to both of them. Like I'm sitting here watching TV, and all of a sudden I thought it was Showtime. There's like a really little boy. How did I know it was a little boy? And if Showtime has one of those and somehow knows you're a little boy because you flipped over, you know, when I flip past Showtime, it's not supposed to ask me that. No, Jesus, the remote's vibrating a little bit. Really, yeah, because it's just like I'm getting up. I don't have the full thing on. Please watch Showtime. I don't have a credit card. According to the TV guide, this has a sex scene that isn't completely out. I'm not, Mom. That guy, really, I love to get that guy. I hate that guy. He really did stuff somewhere, really too. But something here. Yeah. Well, because you did that everywhere. Like this thing about the Pulse with It. He calls himself that. Is there anyway here? Let's take Grey's Anatomy. Here's dirty outlets. Here's all the dirty things and the dirty words. Here's all the private acts and private body parts. That's awful. Here's all the right. Yeah. Anyway, you can say bend you over a booter hole. You know, orifice. Remember. Right. Yeah. I mean, anything, and then violence. Okay. Any way one can die down at the trash dump in waste management. You can get in trouble for saying sleeping with the fishes, like in this at all, and then in anything here, for heaven's sakes. Just, or if you have any connections here that are more criminal or something. No, it's a clarisonic. Things that said, no, like, so they're too expensive. Oh. There's a man on that thing sometimes. There's a man stalking. The Walgreens Clarisonic went on sale, and they made it a like rose quartz color. Right. No, I sent a picture of it to my mother. Maybe it's supposed to be that, a personal massage. Oh, I still thought it was a Clarisonic. But no, I got the one at Walgreens and one broke. He says that every time about the thing. He says you should check it for sebum, because if there's none, what the hell's sebum? Apparently it's on your fingernails and from your lady parts. I think it's skin flakes, dude. You have skin flakes. You need to check for lady parts sebum. I've never heard that word on special victims unit. Well, that the verbatim, unfortunately, on the docket today, a man came up to me on the street and said, "Lady parts sebum." Okay, so this is schizophrenic. Yeah, I get it. That was funny. You rarely use it. Okay. And as far as I know, you've never used it for that. All right. I use it. I use it. Oh. Well, like the mother thing. Yeah, it's the mother thing. Well, no, I just thought it was funny when I realized, but I think you pointed it out. Oh. But you say so many things. Oh. Picture of your mother. You did when you first bought it. You brought it home and then you've used it here and there. It's a massage wand for your face. The Clarisonics are $250. So you should buy one at Macy's. We've had this conversation before because you're very interested in vibrating devices. Please stop today somehow, enough with the pocket juice TENS therapy device aimed inside the person's crotch, and then on the outside. Yeah, the outer layer of the person's crotch. Attached to a truck grounder and a body scanner and grounder used for law enforcement. TENS. I am going to kill Bill. They had your baby have tweets in it. I lived in Asia. I don't know how we end up with those. There's a bunch of them all over the place. All over. Brother has them. I don't know. Everybody plays it. They're cool. They're in movies. If you tell Amazon not to sell them, if they're actually a weapon, and you have to buy them all. At the gun and knife show, you have to have a license then if it's actually a weapon or controlled weapon substance. You can play with the letter openers with an edge because that's all you need unless you're fighting dead buggy stalking because to get away to call the cops.
back was he born? Or the stool was in 4 pieces on the floor. What happened here? Him and Lenny were good enough. In their story, yeah. And it's that sharp. You could hack through them with the samurai sword.
And no, I don't think they sell those on Amazon.
No.
You buy it on Amazon. Yeah, and eBay. They're not supposed to. They're not allowed to. It's a sharp.
It's not a letter opener. That stands for letter openers.
That's very stupid. No sword art in that. I'm not responsible for the fact that the television is running around with samurai swords. I quit with this conversation. That's a nonsense. It's just conversations over the years. The Macy's, it's like you were shopping with me, dude. Who, Neville and the rest of this little crowd? Yeah. Yes, yeah, that was yesterday. Okay. So there's other men that do this neighbor pornography over years. Yeah. Don't turn it off. I'm turning it off. I'll turn it back on when I'm like, my dad is coming over. We're gonna go get him the license plate. Okay, this is embarrassing. Good morning, me with my hair sticking up because he aimed the. So you need this not aimed at your body on law enforcement. If it were a heated massager that also does TENS. Yeah, he grounds it like with a truck grounder, which is electrocuting me. I'm surprised I'm like still alive. Like I don't know what truck grounding would be, but the thing is a 15,000 pound. It's like a 10,000 pound. They also would like kind of like sport. It would, you're modifying it so that it hits what a truck grounder is supposed to hit. It's very dangerous. I'm surprised I haven't, been. I literally feel like everything has bruised. I mean, it's I'm surprised I'm not dead, and the death of Martin Anderson would be okay. I'm turning this off for a bit. We can get this later. I should probably leave it on because this guy's just going to talk away to himself, and when he like talks on one thing, it comes through the other thing. So like, can you hear it? Like if I'm upstairs, can you hear what he's trying to do on my Bluetooth enable? Because it's through my internet account, like on my Kindle or something. Kindle, my tablet and Kindle and any electronics upstairs. He's on like Bluetooth finding. So this weird, you have your little pile of plugged in electronics, like this little voice that is, it's inaudible, it's on low frequency and mask. Okay, out of the little pile of electronics comes all the things talked about. Massage or dental. Hey, Mr. Electronics 14 player. Well, it's not funny, but it's always what it's about. It's not in the least bit funny, but it's just, unfortunately, to repeat back, your mouth, it's hideous. Can you imagine, he's so terrifying and so explicit. I'm very much a grown-up. I'm very much 45 years old. This is very much going to, would affect a child very illegally. It's absolutely hideous for me. You have no idea, especially since it's such the incredible long-term and incredible amount. You have to turn it off on the Casper's cell phone and internet account out of Carroll County, Arkansas. Now. When Macy's went out there, well, that's why it's discussed. Really, it's been discussed multiple times in my house. I think your mother was like out of town at your grandfather's house. Yeah. Everybody was doing that. Your dad wasn't around, otherwise he would have come and looked and bought some for Kathy. Yeah, exactly. No, see, maybe it was a half carrot. They're still big. I think so. Well, would have said no. Not the one. He might have kind of, and then he gone, oh, wait a minute. They all sold by then. No, everybody did the same thing. He says the same thing. Oh,
the Macy's diamond earrings are, $1,000. They're on sale for like $150 for a half a carat diamond earring. I think it was, or white gold or white gold. No, it's white gold. That's like, that ring is great. Oh, you can wear it every day. It looks classy. I paid, and the white gold never tarnishes. Yeah, you paid like $80 for it, which is a very, very good price. It's a $500 ring with when it's sale day. That matches everything. It always makes me go. I always look at the Macy's story. Yeah, if you lose it, you don't and people won't cut your finger off for it. But I mean, how long have I been wearing this right hand ring? The diamond earrings are really nice, but they're a little bit more. Yeah. But they're under $200 and they're really nice. My dad got it because he was like playing golf or something. He was like, oh, wait a minute. No, by the time we went back and looked, it also do. It's what the Gary police would say or something like that. They've been handcuffed to it for so long, I think also. I can't get past the Aneto, who's like a bristle pig. He's like a maintenance man and he's real violent. Because he's got the other dump truck drivers doing it. And sometimes they don't know what to do, but they're googly and yeah. Is what everybody says, which I mean, you don't want to gang up on Tonino, but he needs to stop doing it appropriately. Like I've appropriately interacted with that man. People have different interests. Architectural design opinions. Maps. Like ghost hunters. You need to get away from me. You could get that by suing him. I live here. I don't know, I have to go work for a real estate agency. She likes that stuff. I'm an interior designer. I don't want to be screaming. I'm trying not to. You tensed my crotch. It hurts. You're hitting me right now. See, I can feel it. It's like my thighs are puffing or something. Your thighs are, I don't even know. I'm sorry, my legs are puffing. Like with the leg swelling, that's actually from the electronic device we asked. It's not from like sleeping up in a chair. But if he does something, there's a setting where like literally you're watching. Oh, and I mean, there's nothing. It aims low. It can't aim something where the grounder won't aim because of like pacemakers or something. So the truck grounder won't aim either, or something weird. He can make like he aims for her boobies. Forgotten attraction to Polk, Florida. Secrets of the Natural History Museum, Britain's dark and disturbing history. The secret messages hidden in Henry VIII's wife's portraits. Tokyo Disneyland walkthrough. Classical focus music, 50 haunted places to visit in the USA you should never visit alone. The last Roman town discovered entirely by accident. The spookiest, creepiest, and most macabre objects at the Louvre. Lana Del Rey Best Playlist, Disneyland 2026 rides, music for gentlemen, Peaky Blinders, and Mafia video events, Drain the Ocean, Secrets of American History, Retro Oasis, your private retro oasis, 1950s West Coast Exotica summer jazz, peaceful underwater creatures, spooky 50s road trip, vintage horror radio across the 1950s, playlist for men who observe everything and say nothing, gentlemen cruise, 7 Days Surviving the Black Death in Medieval London, Joker, Gary Glitter, Rock and Roll Part 1 and 2, Joker soundtrack. History of the Haunted Mansion. The 80s when soundtracks ruled the movies. Forbidden, the weirdest social rules in Victorian times. Scotland, Edinburgh at 4 a.m. The city never sleeps, thematic freaking walk. Vintage Epcot ambience. Inside Louisiana's Great Antebellum Homes Marathon, American Castles History, Magic Kingdom walkthrough, noisy rock music, ladies, dark wave radio, Miss Congeniality, cats watching birds TV, and atmospheric deep house mix. And Secrets of the Louvre, close history of Disneyland's most obscure character, Rainy Summer Night at Hogwarts, Disco Nights 1977, Dark History of Disney Dream and Legends, Originating, Most Bizarre Museum in London, Gnome in a Treehouse, Psychedelic Dub Mix. You would hate it what life is really like inside a Gilded Age mansion. Gnomes in a Treehouse. Strasbourg, the most beautiful Christmas city in the world, okay, the Russian apartment bombing, the rise of Putin, 307 Russians dead. Animal Kingdom, Jean du Barry, romance with Johnny Depp, which is a period piece, which I know. Louvre, The Lost Boys, movies. Trance Music Live. I think you're manic, the president, dude. Why are you reading it here? Whoa, everybody, what do you want to watch? Just sit around and watch that. Secret messages hidden in Henry VIII's wife's portrait. I want to watch Forgotten Attractions, atmospheric deep house music. Age mansions and self visit. Hollywood Studios complete walkthrough in California. Disney's Hollywood Studios. Trump breaking news. Iran. News. Forgotten Attractions. Los Angeles, 1818 and today. I have to stop screaming in your living room. With cops and highlights. Scorn Queens, Orient Underground, Victoria, Wiki Reading, Dark History, that makeup lady. Wicked Women in Dark History. I was like that Rotten Mango show. What's it called? 1980s cringy. Oh, a McDonald's ashtray.
September 1999, just weeks after a 246-year-old became Prime Minister of Russia, the man called Vladimir Putin. The country
That's interesting. Disney resorts. Disney. Gilded Age Dynasty here on the ticket. David Guetta. Yes, the Tomorrowland. Stranger Things. I'm gonna watch that. Peaky Blinders. I'm not sure he's doing it. Searching Dracula's Castle, 1970s, embarrassing photograph. Late Night with Sade, Volume 1, Ultimate Soul Jazz and Rock Mix. Silent Man, the most dangerous. Dangerous dark blues of Peaky Blinders Darkins. 1943 Winnie Jaguar. Old Money Cliff. In This Moment. Now we got Motorhead, In This Moment, Black Sabbath, Billy Idol. You didn't know that movie, it's very stupid. Daughtry. Let's see. You know that movie. Boris Brecha, Redemption. Television video. OTO, Secret Temple. Boris Brecha, that was other community. So I'm growing sexy man. Fair, Lazy, Chimera. Armin Van Buren, Vinnie Vincent, and Highlight Tribe. Tomorrowland, 2026 is what I watched. America's 15 most haunted houses, so cursed you could ghost study from there. 500 greatest 70s disco songs of all time. Madonna Prada, Volume 1. The Dolce Riviera, like a techno dancing thing. In Echo, Desert Frequency. Free Industrial Fast Night. Gentleman's Roll the Street, Peaky Blinders. Like I watched all of these. Those whole thing. You watched all the techno? Yeah, I must have been doing something. I had my headphones in, so this is all the techno. Oxid, I'm on mute. Thomas Shelby, deep minimalist techno. This isn't even techno. Mafia style gangster trap, South of walking like the overworld, dark blues. Time Mafia and minimal melodic techno. University. Mafia boss start gentleman techno. I changed it on Rag and Bone Man Human and stole so much. On techno. Me. I'm gonna watch the Lana Del Rey next. Daughters of the Moon, Celtic relaxing. Vampire playlist, early 70s song with a female artist. Classic rock, Rocky Mountain Holiday, Fleetwood Mac. Rock music. Take the Love and Master. Glitter Band, G, Glitter Rock and Roll Hearts. Stranger Things playlist, 7 songs on repeat. Led Zeppelin album. Grateful Dead Memory. Midnight. Rock music. '80s tribute to John Hughes. Def Leppard, Fish. Remember the next? Let me know the songs. Ghost of Night Cash, Spirit in the Sky. Stuck in the Middle, Steve. John Baez. Trouble, ACDC. Top 100 Vietnam War songs. Music, boring history. Recently it's been music because I couldn't being stalked by an unknown entity in Florida. I watched all of that one. Funeral director horrors, hidden life, Rich Victorian women really did all that. The 6 Days War, Colonial Bagshot, that's a music video. Only music videos. Epic Universe at Night, Walk through Universal Studios. Summer 1988, you're driving to Miami. The End of the House of Tudor. Every Haunted Mansion illusion revealed. Epcot and the entire Haunted Mansion timeline. This is what you've watched since you got here. You started it with Epcot. Yeah, the full walkthrough of Epcot will find out. And then an hour and a half of the entire Haunted Mansion timeline. And then the last stories of Haunted by the Haunted Mansion. Songs that sound like freedom in the summer air. It's called Independence Day, Synthwave, Fireworks, and Turkey. Music. Nirvana, Queen, late 60s song, artists. Here, do you know what that is? And that popped up in the other playlist. She's awful, but I just kind of miss it. Kind of, there's a bunch of those. You listen to female rock artists with the kind of screaming Beethoven and drums. Yeah, they're like opera singers on her. She's healthy. She's quite curvaceous, but it really healthy. We end up on the journey and you always just click on the women and then you're sort of secondary, they're like a backup band. But I like doing what do you do? I watch your internet. Yeah, for some reason I like doing that's nice. I don't know. That sounds awful. The album's kind of catchy. Oh, shit, like. Shanghai Disneyland. Restart. Battleground Berlin, CIA versus KGB in the Cold War. Oh my god, they're in my Volvo. Aw. I had that Volvo. I had that Volvo in that color and the black one. Ketchup red. David Attenborough shines a light on morning air.
As dusk gives way to twilight, the encroaching darkness is lit with light.
11 America's most disturbing murder. The mob's new generation of
These dancing lights around me are produced by fireflies, creatures that have the strange ability to produce light. They bioluminesce. And fireflies are not alone. Scientists are finding ever more strange.
the Biltmore. Yeah.
There is
Al Capone. Well, that's not great. That's the rubber side. So like, okay. South Carolina's forgotten. That's why I'm reading the stats. Okay, they have never, ever, nobody's ever legalized this anywhere. Forbidden Missouri places locals refuse to visit. I think you're the most extreme corners of the world.
June 19th, 2007.
So be a god. Freddie is godfather in mafia. Be careful about. You to yank the rapist. Somebody needs to yank the child rapist. You don't have anything whatsoever to do with the mafia. You have something to do with the white power. Those might. That's a degenerate. You're not allowed to bring. You're doing. Maybe they own these companies. I don't care. You're not allowed in the suburban community.
committing crime and he's caught the racket. It's a nasty racket. As far as I know, the pedophile, there's, it's like saying you're Irish American in America. Does not actually mean. That has something to do with the Yakuza though. They are actually like, the gangs sometimes are actually, that's the triads, that's the Yakuza, that's the neo-Nazi, that's the Bloods and the Crips. Well, those is African American, those is Chinese, those is Japanese, those is Italian American. I have no idea. I said in the mob museum. No, you're the schizophrenic Warren Jeffers. Yeah. It's on the tip of my tongue again. Can't do it, Roger. I hope we do it. That just came out. I'm surprised it didn't. I'm not sure that's the genre. I might as well be the gun jokes. And I was hoping that Noah's wasn't gonna blow him up. I just called all the police, or I just kind of, she was on the Women of Rock. And then that came over from my other one because she's on the extreme American news. There's a Women of Rock. Like the Grateful Dead, but the Grateful Dead is going to the wrong in the house. Like, if you're cleaning the house or something, yeah, or just, you want like a screensaver, that's a good screensaver, like, it's also interesting, and then there's a documentary on the Grateful Dead, and that one, it's interesting also, it's not boring, also they're good musical. It's like the pretty reckless. No, it's pretty good. It's sure. It's a James Bond song. It's a really fun. Back in creating Ralph Lauren, American Ranch aesthetics. Line this up. It's up here. There's something I wanted to watch. I watched that one, the 1999 apartment
Four
home.
huge bombs tear through apartment buildings across Russia. Hundreds of people are killed in their city in September 1999, just weeks after a 246-year-old became Prime Minister of Russia. A man called Vladimir Putin. The country was plunged into panic. Families fled their home, neighbors controlled the street, and entire nations gripped by fear. The government blamed Chechen militants. Many journalists sentenced to
eBay is funny, but it's actually just like, it's like different atmosphere houses. Rotten attractions are cool for Neither flies in the zero. You just see it. You never touch it. I don't care. Me neither. Neither does anybody else. Those attractions of Florida. And yeah, that's this one already. It's good. Why are you so, you sound notarized. Coffee and electrocution. Oh, I brush my teeth and my hair. It's not coming here till 2:00. Thank you for stalking my cell phone.
Now this is a game changer because one, it means it doesn't switch your glasses all the time. Two, they also drop 99.9% on top of the blue button emanating from digital screens like your smartphone, laptop, tablet, or TV. So you can save on eye strain headaches.
And three, the lenses darken automatically when exposed to sunlight, so they basically turn into sunglasses in bright daylight. Just look, the lenses turn dark on their own. In other words, it's like having 3 pairs of glasses in one. And that's not only practical, but it looks very cool as well.
If I am reading a recipe up close and driving my car, it's a shift on the road. I can see far, I can see near, no switching glasses, no printing around the house for the right there. The company has worked on these glasses for years, and throughout the process, they made countless prototypes. It took years to define the dual lens technology and to make the ergonomics until they got it 100% right.
The first time I put them on, I couldn't help but smile. Everything looked sharper, clearer, brighter. I could focus longer too. No more squinting or rubbing my eyes all day. It doesn't matter if you're farsighted, nearsighted, or both. They adapt to your specific eyesight, ranging from -10 to +10 diopters. It's like getting perfect vision, on demand.
All Clarity Blue glasses are made right here in the US from durable, high-quality materials, and every pair undergoes rigorous quality testing to ensure it's perfect when shipped out. Clarity Blue is a 400 brand out of 5-star rating for their web shop and customer service, and if that's not enough, they have over 350,000 satisfied customers worldwide who have already tried Clarity Blue glasses and have shared their experience.
They look great, they're really lightweight, and ordering from Clarity Blue was super easy. Everything came fast, and the whole experience was just really smooth.
Clarity Blue glasses solves one of the biggest limitations of traditional lenses, which is fixed focus. What I like most is how natural they feel when you wear them. Your eyes don't have to work as hard, and that makes a real difference over the full day. It's something I'd happily recommend.
So if you've been curious about Clarity Blue glasses, honestly, now is the perfect time to try them. Right now, you can grab a pair for 50% off. For under $40, you get clear vision at any distance, and with a 30-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose. But you have to act fast. The discount only lasts while the remaining stock does. Click the link or scan the QR code to grab your Clarity Blue glasses at 50% off.
When the Magic Kingdom and Walt Disney World opened in Orlando in 1971, it obviously changed the trajectory of tourism in Florida. As an East Coast Disneyland, it brought in millions of visitors from the East Coast to the United States who could never make the trip to California. And quickly, other entertainment enterprises opened nearby, from SeaWorld in 1973 and Circus World in 1974. However, Disney remains keeping an attraction for visitors to Orlando, and would expand greatly with the opening of Epcot in 1982. This was then followed by an explosion of construction throughout the 80s and 90s, introducing many new Disney hotels, new parks with Disney MGM Studios, Typhoon Lagoon, Blizzard Beach, and Animal Kingdom, and a massive expansion to their shopping and dining district, among many other on-property attractions. Of course, Universal was attracted to Orlando as well, opening Universal Studios Florida in 1990, and followed up with Islands of Adventure after its stage. As other attractions would come and go, SeaWorld managed to establish itself as a core player in Orlando tourism too. And through all this development, Central Florida became the theme park capital of the world. However, as it continued to grow, tourist behavior changed, as many people flying into Orlando just to visit the parks, bypassing the rest of the state. Some might rent a car and drive to parks Gulf Coast or Beach Day or Restaurants Tampa, or may try a night to coast to the beach at Kennedy Space Center. But with just so much to offer in Orlando, many people travel just for the attractions, not necessarily for Florida itself. The history of Florida tourism is actually quite an interesting topic. It really began around the 1840s, as people would ride riverboats to experience Florida's many natural springs, believing that this could benefit their health. However, among increased interest in hunting and scenic riverboat cruises, Florida tourism accelerated in the 1870s, with one of its most popular scenic routes being the Silver River, fed by Silver Springs. By the late 1870s, glass mounted boats were introduced, and allowed tourists to view the Silver Springs along with the wildlife underneath, designating Silver Springs as Florida's first actual tourist attraction. In the 1880s and 90s, Florida railroads were developed, with Henry Flint taking the West Coast and establishing themselves in cities like Tampa and Clearwater, and Henry Flatboat would take the east, doing the same in St. Augustine, and running his rail line as far south as he could through the Florida Keys, helping to establish routes that would grow cities on the Atlantic coast, including Miami. For the first time, railroads connected Florida to the rest of the United States, and it now attracted a wealthy class of people who could vacation and see beaches while staying in upscale hotels. However, with the widespread adoption of the automobile and a push in the 1920s to establish Florida road systems, the state became more accessible to the growing middle class, and along with new Florida routes, gas station owners and fruit stand vendors found a way to earn some extra cash. They would often keep alligators in small pens where you could pay to feed them, or you might otherwise see exotic birds and gardens out back. This was the start of roadside attractions that became a staple of Florida tourism from the 1920s onwards. And that brings me to the topic that I want to discuss today. While Florida has many historic attractions all over the state, from the mermaids of Lake Comanche to the Miami Circus, instead wanted to focus specifically on US 27, a highly developed in the 1920s that used to affectionately be called the Orange Blossom Trail. The scenic route through the middle of the state, where travelers would pass miles and miles of sweet-smelling orange groves. While a great marketing move to encourage scenic Florida tourism, along the highway were a number of attractions that were essential to the Florida road trip experience. But as new highways were built, as airfare became cheaper and more accessible, and as Orlando theme park tourism boomed, most of these remnants of old Florida were completely bypassed. With US 27 essentially becoming a back road, many of these attractions faded in popularity or were lost entirely. And so today, I want you to go back to this fascinating era before Disney, explore the history of these forgotten attractions of the Orange Blossom Trail, and even visiting the ones that still remain today, trying to understand how they exist within the shadow of theme park tourism. Just a quick video, but I did a fair amount of traveling just to see these attractions, and the research to produce this video took a substantial amount of time as well. So if you'd like to support the video, I'd appreciate it if you'd like to like. To start our journey, imagine for a moment that it's the 1960s, and you're a tourist from Chicago, taking your family down to sunny Miami and driving US 27, stopping at all the best Florida attractions along the way. The first of these is going to be the Florida original, Silver Springs, which is roughly a 10-minute drive under the highway as you pass through California. As I discussed in the intro, In the early 19th century, people would travel in steamboats from the Atlantic and through the connection of rivers to reach the source of the springs. So it was already a popular attraction. This was also a destination for the wealthy and influential, including famous people of American history like Ulysses S. Grant, William Jennings Bryan, and Harry Beecher Stowe. However, the story goes that in the mid-1870s, a man named Philip Morel modified his rowboats with a piece of glass on the bottom, so he could get a clear look at the source of Silver Springs. He claimed he could charge a few pennies to row towards style and provide a tour, but it was the competitor, Gilliam Jones, who tried to push Morel out, providing his own box-bottom boat tours, and finally passage tours in 1878. The springs would continue to grow in popularity, and eventually acquired a whiskey distiller, Edward Carmichael, who built a bathhouse along the river. However, long as full plans for developments never came to fruition, he met two men, W.N. Davidson and Carl Gray, and leased the land to them for a period of 50 years, starting in 1924. They introduced the gasoline-powered glass-bottom boats that have become iconic in this attraction, and aggressively marketed Silver Springs through colorful postcards and magazines, which found their way up and down the east coast of the United States. In 1929, they worked with herpetologist Ross Allen to open Ross Allen's Reptile Institute on their property, giving visitors an educational close look at reptiles native to the area. Many of these creatures were very exotic to visitors of the day, and these two did include exhibitions like alligator wrestling and rattlesnake venom milking to impress tourists, which we obviously recognize is harmful today. However, his work and research actually contributed significantly to reptile education, and even helped with developing antidotes to snake venom. In 1934, Silver Springs debuted the Native American Village, which was staffed by people of the Seminole tribe, who put on educational displays and would sell handmade souvenirs to tourists. Many attractions came on and in the late 1950s, the Silver Springs Tourist Center opened, which was designed by famous artist architect Edward Lundy, and is still standing today, hosting a shop, eateries, and a small museum of the park's history. In the 1930s, Silver Springs hired Bruce Mosers, who developed techniques for underwater photography. His work would make its way to postcards, magazines, newspapers, and onto billboards for the park, helping to sell Silver Springs as this politically exotic attraction to draw visitors to Florida. However, the site also developed a history as a famous filming location too, not just on top of the river, but below it for underwater scenes in various television shows and movies. Today, you can see the Southern Riverboat set from the 1916 Weston Sun Whiskey, along with its ancient wooden statues 40 feet under the water, placed there for the television show On the Spot. Other famous movies filmed at Silver Springs include Rebel Without a Cause, The Creature from the Black Lagoon, and the 11th James Bond film, Moonraker. Silver Springs was also used as a filming location for the 6 Tarzan films starring Johnny Weissmuller, and this contributed to the popular myth that monkeys were brought up for filming in the 1930s and escaped. While it is true that rhesus macaques were introduced to Silver Springs, the story takes place a bit later in the 1940s, where Silver Springs tried to introduce a jungle cruise attraction where visitors could see exotic animals along the river. The monkeys escaped the island simply because no one anticipated that they could swim, and they still contain a population of moving birds today, where you can spot them if you're lucky. After significant success as a local tourist attraction, Silver Springs was sold to the American Broadcasting Company in 1962, and the attraction continued to do fairly well. In 1971, the springs were declared a national landmark, and under ABC's ownership, many additions would come and go, including an adjacent water park that opened in 1978 as Wild Waters. In 1984, the parks were sold to Florida Leisure Attractions, which in turn was sold to Florida Leisure Acquisition Corporation in 1989. Throughout the 1990s, visitors to Silver Springs would meet and learn about a variety of animals from the Ross Allen Animal Show, which continued its legacy as he had passed in 1981, and the park included 2 wild attractions. On the river, the jungle cruise idea was revived as the Oscar Boat Ride, taking visitors to exhibits inhabited by animals from Africa, Asia, and South America. There was also the counterparts of geese or jeep riding, taking visitors for a closer look at the animals right through some of the exhibits. Along with the petting zoo and extensive gardens, this is where Silver Springs seems to repeat. As long as the attraction seemed to be doing fairly well, a lot of potential visitors were opting for this instead. However, for people trying to see Florida, the attraction wasn't too far out of the way, which is one big part of their wanting to survive, especially since the area had hotels if you wanted to stop and stay the night before moving on to the Magic Kingdom. While the state of Florida actually owns the land since 1993, the earlier attendance was fertilizing runoff and septic outflow into the road, leading to the state taking over in 2015, merging the land with Silver River State Park, creating what is now Silver Springs State Park. The state imposed wildfires in 2016, put in serious work to restore the springs that could, but the attraction still operates today. While it's nowhere near what it was in the past, as one of Florida's tourist destinations, it still survives as a natural treasure, although it's less of a holiday attraction or something that seems to be enjoyed by lifelong locals. Because it's a state park, the price of admission is $2 per person, which is a great value. There's a fair amount of park space if you would like to picnic or just enjoy walking along the Silver River. To Golden Water, you can book out a canoe, upgrade kayak service, or rent it yourself. However, you can still take 8 class flying boats, which start at $15 for half an hour or $30 for the 9-minute tour. I still think that these are great value for a price, as they allow you to look down some springs where you'll see plenty of wildlife. And having done the longer boat ride, not only was the extended duration from our Gulf Creeks, but we saw plenty of animals, including turtles, birds, alligators, a great blue sucking caddis, and even a manatee that swam relatively close to the boats. I should also mention that the Tourist Center, which has been renamed to the Lundy Center in tribute to its architect, contains 2 small museums known as the Discovery Center. One group focuses on wildlife in its area that you might see on the boats. It even includes some mistakes as they fall back to the Ross Island Reptile Institute. The other group focuses on the history of the park. Containing small exhibits that teach about historical native inhabitants of the area. A display is honored Captain Oscar Collins, who operated boats in the park for 54 years, and the exhibit of film history, displaying one of the Gilligan costumes used in the filming of the creature in the Black Lagoon. Silver Springs, while nowhere near the popular attraction that it used to be, still manages to preserve a lot of important Florida history, while still being an excellent example of some of the best natural wonder the state has to offer. Last water boats on the National Valley or a unique wetlands and springs, and a breezy journey down the river where you'll spot all the wildlife, makes this one of the best natural tours you can take anywhere across the United States. Because it's a state park, many people are still able to experience this once private attraction for a relatively low price. And it stands out to me as one of Florida's better experiences, one that would be worth coming away for if you live in the state or are a bus driving through it. That's for it's a safe like you get that fixed any way you want.
I started a business to keep old folks, and it just has supported me from the beginning. Macy, voice, I recognize it anywhere. How'd you build it? I need to find some good office things. Let me ask you one right now. Princess treatment. Yeah, you don't have to, but insurance is all right. Oh, yes. I'll check her into the okay. That's actually spot on, but I service with these books. Black. I like the way you think. Christian starts at Casey's.
Following US 27 the next attraction I want to explore is actually not too far from the landway. As you travel the highway to Goodness Town, you would be bombarded with the fragrance of orange groves, and all of a sudden, the tower would appear on the horizon, inviting your curiosity. Getting closer, you would pull off the highway to find the Citrus Tower in Claremont, which rises to a height of 226 feet and provides a scenic view of miles and miles of orange groves. The idea for the tower was conceived in the 1940s by Claremont's mayor, Scott Parker, who wanted to showcase the citrus industry with a roadside attraction. While he shot the idea of it was a huge success, it was taken up by the Pittsburgh entrepreneur, Alfred Wade Thacker, who vacationed for the area in 1952. And since he loved his experience, quickly opened the Skyline Hotel right off the highway. Interested in the idea of the tower, Thacker brought in his friend Jack Toole and the two other architect, Thomas Russell. Quickly, they formed the Florida Towers Corporation and raised money for the project by selling stock, with construction beginning in 1995, and the tower opened in 1996, allowing visitors to look out at 17 different citrus trees over a distance of 35 miles in both directions. At the bottom of the tower, guests could explore the gift shop, a restaurant, and could visit a packing place, where guides would explain how the local citrus industry works. The tower was changed owners numerous times, starting in 1972. Numerous new highways were built, and the Metro Kingdom opened 17 miles today. The tenants split the highway for decades. However, the tower still stands steady, and at the bottom is the Citrus Coffee Company, where you can purchase all-day admission for $11, and bring anything by the cafe up to the observation deck. Entering the elevator, the doors are painted in a neutral style to celebrate the history of the tower. And reaching the top, you will look up and see suburban neighborhoods and shopping centers, without a single orange tree in sight. Contrary to Florida's image as a citrus growing state known for oranges, the industry has been declining rapidly since the mid-2000s because of poor land management and citrus disease. Even with the citrus talent, many citrus groves were lost during 3 severe freezes throughout the 1980s, and the area had begun to bring developments over its farms, destroying what was once the main appeal of the tower. Still, we're not really a tourist attraction today. Up in the tower, its history is still acknowledged through small displays with historic photos and advertisements. Signs posted around the observation deck will tell you how far certain Florida landmarks are. That is still considered the view to be scenic, with this attraction existing as a fun novelty. What was interesting to learn is that the tower offers annual memberships for $150, and I definitely got the impression that people were taking advantage of this, as the observation deck was for retirees who were just casually socializing with each other, except that were a familiar hangout spots. They also observed people using the tower to relax and do some work, with one person even finding a wedding. While the citrus tower may have lost its appeal as a tourist attraction worth coming out of the way for, it seems to have become a favorite space that serves the local community, while still standing as a historical landmark to remind you of what it was, which I think is great. Before we move on, though, we need to mention an attraction located in the adjacent parking lot, which I spotted off the highway with a large sign on the building, advertising it as a President's Hall of Fame. With the exterior of the building designed to emulate the White House, this attraction actually opened in 1962. It was created by Jack Toole, who, if you remember, was a partner with Thacker in opening the Citrus Tower. This attraction was originally a men's museum known as the House of Presidents, but was bought by a couple, John and James Whitefield, sometime in the 1990s. The attraction was then reworked into a presidential museum and became home to their replica of the White House, a massive model that has toured through all 50 states and was even brought to other countries. The President's Hall of Fame, while small, is full of interesting artifacts related to presidential history and the White House, and of course, contains the last figures for what it was the House of Presidents. Like the Mount Rushmore recreation just outside the building, Overall, it's a small, quiet attraction that didn't exist until I visited Citrus Tower. They felt that it was worth the $15 admission price, which grants you access all year. That being said, it was a little creepy to be here by yourself, as it's just target point, surrounded by disconcerting landscapes and residents, and a bunch of mannequins dressed like Jackie Kennedy. If you know of any other weird or historic roadside attractions like this in Florida, please let me know. But this was a nice surprise as a piece of Central Florida history that I didn't expect to stumble across. In 1963, Cypress Gardens was tied with Grand Canyon, one of the most popular tourist destinations across America. And if you're not from Florida, you might be asking, what's Cypress Gardens? Maybe you've been to Lakewood, Florida. The Orange Federal Park still preserves part of the old gardens, but prior to the Magic Kingdom opening, Cypress Gardens was an important part of Florida culture and was the main draw to the state. The story of this attraction begins with Richard Pope, a flamboyant salesman who was born in Iowa in 1900. He spent his youth living in Central Florida and working with his father to sell real estate in Lake Wales and Winter Haven, right off the future Highway 27. He and his brother Malcolm Pope also took up the new sport of aquaplaning, an activity that actually creates water skiing, where the riders stand on a surfboard and meet on a boat. Central Florida, and Winter Haven in particular, which was notably beautiful because its style of lakes, is often referred to as a Garden of Eden because of its luscious landscapes and fragrance of citrus farming industry. Because of this, Israel cameramen would often visit the area, and in 1917, Richard Pope won his first book of fame as he was recorded aquaplaning across the lake, leading to the perception that Florida was great for the emerging discipline of water sports. Pope continued working with his father in real estate, making connections with wealthy buyers for selling property to the Florida lands boom of the 1920s. And in the meantime, aquaplaning with his brother both for sports and to promote land sales to investors. Pope was also an avid golfer. After traveling to a golf tournament in Asheville, North Carolina, to help him with real estate, he met an Alabama belle, Julie Downing, with the two quickly married in 1926. When the Florida lands boom came to a crashing stop in the mid-1920s, Pope lost his real estate commission, and yet somehow came into contact with the Johnson Seahorse Alpha Motors Company in Chicago, selling his talents as a promoter that was hired for $12,000 a year to those forgottens all over the country, many of course taking this to Florida. He and his new wife, Julie Pope, moved to Long Island, New York, but traveling frequently, he learned to water ski and became the first person to ever jump off of a ski ramp at Miami Beach in 1928. This was for promotion with Johnson Motors and Champion Spark Plugs, and he and his brother continued performing races in sleds and boats until 1930, when the money dried up at the start of the Great Depression. It's reported that one day, Julie showed him an article in the magazine Good Housekeeping, written about a man charging admission to a successful garden he built in South Carolina, and it was decided soon after that they would return to Florida. And there, Richard Pope would build his own garden, one that would become the crown jewel of the state. On his return to Florida, Richard Pope became chairman of the Winter Haven Canal Commission, which constructed canals between the city's main lakes. He purchased 12 acres on the north shore of Lake Northeast, among the massive cypress trees, and convinced the Canal Commission to let him create a public park on the land, which he would turn into gardens and maintain a commission fee. The commission funds him $2,800, but that still wasn't enough. He got into contact with the Federal Emergency Relief Administration, a depression era program, where workers were paid $1 a day to dig canals and clear foliage from the property. However, when Pope tried to raise more money to complete the project, FARA rejected his request, and the Canal Commission wanted their local paid, which Pope did with Public Ocean Society, the local citrus tycoon who he had known from his father during the real estate boom. With his financial help, Pope acquired more land, and the botanical expertise of his wife Julie, landscaping with the artist progressed. In the meantime, he worked with his friend Bob Eastman shoot a film with the Varsity Stunt Team in 1932. They continued setting up shoots featuring motorsports that continued for the next 3 years. Griffith booked sending photographs of the stunts to publications all across the United States, creating substantial publicity for the area that witnessed his gardens. Finally, after much naysaying and skepticism from the public, Cypress Gardens opened in 1946. The charging an additional fee of 25 cents was an immediate success. One avenue of profit were the boat rides, which charged visitors for guiding tour along the canals. The while filming in Central Florida was already popular, both converted the newsreels to the gardens, exposing the attraction to millions of people across the United States. By 1939, Cypress Gardens saw over 100,000 visitors during the year, and the publicity continued, with the attraction quickly becoming a staple of Florida postcards, selling not just itself, but also the state. One of the earliest iconic symbols of Cypress Gardens would arise from the 1943s, where staff had to burn oil pots to save parts of the gardens. To distract from the damaged flame vine in the park entrance, Julie Book put some up for secretaries in old-fashioned press, where she would greet and take photos of visitors. This was such a success that the Books then introduced the Sutton Bell as an iconic part of the attraction, where they would sit in the gardens to be photographed or roam around talking with visitors, distinguishing Cypress Gardens from any other Florida attraction. In 1941, 20th Century Fox would release Moving for Miami, the first actual film that was newsreel to be shot in the gardens. But with the bombing of Pearl Harbor in December of that year, the United States was involved in Civil War II, and Richard Polk enlisted in the Army. In his absence, and among a significant drop off of tourism due to war rationing and gasoline, it was Julie who again found a solution, advertising Cypress Gardens to soldiers stationed nearby, where the gardens would put up useful performances for the soldiers and through the United Service Organizations. Water skiing was also very popular on Lake Eloise, and while this was often featured in newsreels, Cypress Gardens had never actually put on shows as part of the attraction. However, this changed when Julie attempted to attract soldiers with a ski show, and while it's surprising that Richard Boat had thought of this, considering his history of water sports, water skiing became a staple of the attraction. In fact, Cypress Gardens not only thrived with the admission of soldiers, but it was declared as an essential entertainment industry during the war, while also being featured in Army newsreels. After Richard Boat returned home and ended in 1947, he built the famous picturesque gazebo, having constructed it out of radar dome on stone pillars salvaged from a cigar factory. A surprising fact to learn. Cypress Gardens would continue to see success post-war, and the ski shows will only grow in popularity and ambition. While perhaps a little underwhelming by today's entertainment standards, the athleticism of the water skiers cannot be overstated, and many standards of the sport were invented right here at Cypress Gardens. This included elements like the human pyramid, and reportedly, barefoot skiing was first claimed to have been invented by Boat's son, Richard Boat Jr., in 1957. As Cypress Gardens water ski shows grew in popularity, and as opposed to ski tournaments which drew further attention, Richard even became known as the water ski capital of the world. In 1949, boat rental props from Walt Disney Productions for the Florida Citrus Festival in Lakeland, and the gardens were visited by Walt's brother Roy. We toured the property of the boat, curious to ask the questions about the logistics and finances, wanting to know as much as possible about the park they plan to build in California, Disneyland. In 1953, MGM released Easy to Love, starring Mr. Willows, with the film taking place at Cypress Gardens, where a romantic plot plays out among the water skiers. For the film, MGM built a 90-foot long Florida-shaped pool at the edge of the gardens for $48,000, introducing another iconic element to the attraction. Well, we continue to keep Cypress Gardens relevant through the film, even commissioning special hosts to some film water skiers. He became one of the most famous and influential people in the state, using his words to promote Florida citrus, bathing suits, and a whole slate of other things that keep him and Gardens successful. Throughout the 1950s and 60s, Cypress Gardens would be visited by many celebrities and political figures, solidifying its status as Florida's #1 attraction even further. Because remember, in 1963, the time of the Grand Canyon was the most visited attraction in the United States.
McCormick is really the world for 135 years. Because what life gives you this, and this, and this. McCormick, make your best. Tired of harsh and sterile removal? One slight removal can make you short. I'm the #1 mascara brand. Maybelline Sky Tools Mascara. Because there are times in your area, there are drivers.
In November of 1965, Baltimore continued to the press conference with Florida Governor Pete Burns, announcing East Coast Disneyland that would work to fund a Florida Tomorrow, as he described it. The line of Florida attractions went on, anticipating a loss of business, and Disneyland grew a low park in but it wasn't concerned with growth, because as the family was bringing in 4 million visitors to Cypress Gardens every single year, the way he figured it was Disney could only help them. In conjunction with Silver Springs, Greenland, Mickeyology, and Busch Gardens, Cypress Gardens probably welcomed Disney to the States in 1967, the same year that they flew high by hosting the Walt Douglas Show, where the originally seen by millions of people across American televisions. Interested by the show's success, the next year, Johnny Carson built a special there and took over too, remarkable at the time. Long Walt Disney passed away lung cancer in 1966. Walt Disney World moved forward under the leadership of Roy, opening the Magic Kingdom in 1971, drawing people 40 miles east. For Cypress Gardens, yearly attendance in 1972 actually increased by a stunning 40%. But Walt knew that this could only last for so long, and announced plans to expand this attraction, promising moving sidewalks through the gardens, upgrading one ski stadium, and much more. Spring's home, Cypress Gardens went public that same year, and by 1974, their first major expansion debuted as the Gardens of the World, a series of, well, gardens that had an international flair with the Atomic Fountain or the Dutch Wingsman. Still, Walt Disney's popularity and oil prices of 1973, attendance was down 18%, and the Florida attractions was hardship from the close. The attendance of Cypress Gardens would rise again and peak at 1.7 million visitors in 1976, but would then steadily go after, although more expansion was on the way. In 1978, the Gardens opened a number of attractions for $5.5 million, which included Little Purpose Corner, a small amusement park for kids. Another attraction was the Extended Crossroads, essentially Cypress Gardens' version of a Main Street USA, filled with shops, entertainment, dining, and some edible exhibits found elsewhere, which seemed to include an aquarium, a baby shark, and alligators. All these additions helped keep attendance steady and complemented the gardens, a crew that could compete with Disney's larger-wide presence, and built its own pivot, emphasizing that Cypress Gardens was true Florida, and it feels like a slight bit of desperation. In its baby, both and the son went into direct money, lending us the part of beginning 2 areas, one at roller skating, and another at water skiing behind its own motor fields. Note that Disney would open Epcot Center in 1982, which both declared would only help them, but then obviously was not going to be the case. At this point, the story gets sadder as folks started to show her the sense of dimension, but in 1983, they suddenly announced the introduction of the Island of the Sky, an instant-built attraction that would open later that year. It involved visitors boarding into an observation deck on the Pond, which would raise from 153 feet up into the air. At the top, you will be able to get great photos of the gardens and Lake Eloise as the platform would spin. And we were another icon of Cypress Gardens, although by this point, the addition did move the needle in terms of attendance. Almost immediately, Cypress Farms reported that they were making money for the first time, and in 1984, a shareholder by the name of Eric Lieberman began the process of replacing the takeover. Attempting to salvage the credits from the inevitable hyper-monetization of a predatory shareholder, which was called Junior, sold the company to Park Corporation Monovich, who were actually the owners of SeaWorld at the time, as they had purchased it in 1976. While they showed interest in Cypress Gardens to expand their park portfolio, it was believed they still wanted to preserve the Google experience. And so the sale was made as a stock trade in 1985, which was followed the next year by the acquisition of Circus Group, which they closed to turn into a new attraction called Boardwalk Baseball. Under HBJ's new ownership, Cypress Gardens immediately introduced a new show called Aquacade 85, where performers would sign up a ski ramp called the Showstopper and would float in the air before landing with the below. Small additions seemed to be introduced to the Southern Crossroads, and its theater was converted into an ice rink for ice skating shows. Sadly, Richard Hope would slide further into this dimension and passed in 1988. Watson's smaller shows and additions have helped Cypress Gardens achieve some stability, save around 1.5 million visitors a year. HBJ was converting a hostile takeover bid in 1987, and was looking to qualify its bars to preserve its core publishing business. After bids from multiple interested parties, HBJ sold its parks to Anheuser-Busch in 1989. The same year saw the debut of Disney Studios, Pleasure Island, and Typhoon Lagoon, followed in 1990 by the opening of Universal Studios Florida. I talked about the SeaWorld side of the stadium before, and my comprehensive history of SeaWorld United, and the Anheuser-Busch acquisition was great for them, but for Cypress Gardens, things were a lot different. To start, the animal exhibits were removed, and the park leaned a lot more heavily to selling itself as Global Florida, trying to find more niche audience, making additions like the Winds of Wonder, a multi-million-dollar Rose Butterfly Garden that opened in 1993. Anheuser-Busch clearly didn't know to Cypress Gardens, it sold its garden management in 1995. In 1996, the park celebrated 60 years of water ski shows, and we quickly introduced the Junior Bell program. Here for $25, girls aged 3 to 12 could be called up with 87 bells, which park management hopes would bring in additional visitors. If you thought they were not touch, in 1997, they debuted the Urban Garden, which took a small patch of larger gardens and featured plants that were eventually divided. In 1998, Disney's Animal Kingdom opened, which was followed by Universal's Islands of Adventure in 1999. Losing visitors and money, Cypress Gardens, which was once Florida's premier attraction, replaced the important park's history and a labor of love by the enduring Richard Hope, who closed in April of 2003. The citizens of Florida were upset, wondering what a little piece of park history could just fizzle out like this, and then he even comes to the state to see if it could be saved. With the approval of the state, Polk County and the city of Winter Haven purchased 30 acres of Mankato Gardens, and the other 120 acres were purchased by the Richard Parks Group through Ken Fisher, who owns and operated Bob Adventures, a theme park in Valdosta, Georgia. When he intended to reopen Cypress Gardens in 2004, with new lines and roller coasters along with the water park, the property was damaged heavily by a series of hurricanes, and the fall season was completely missed, opening in November of 2004 as Cypress Gardens Adventure Park. So, how did the new park hold up? Preserving the original gardens, but without putting rockets. Its most notable attraction actually originated at the Airport Surf Amusement Park in Penn Beach, with the Seaside Park that operated from 1963 and closing in 2004. One of its original attractions that opened with the park, Starliner, was actually Florida's first roller coaster, and was manufactured by the Philadelphia Toboggan Company. With the park's closure, it was bought and transported to the new Cypress Gardens, making this a notable addition because it felt like one piece of important Florida history and now found its own in another. The park also opens with an additional 9 coaster from the same manufacturer during a hurricane, and after extreme misfortunes, that delayed the park's opening. Nothing with these two standouts though. Cyberstars contains nothing but generic off-the-shelf coasters and fire rides. Meant not to compete with the major parks in Orlando, but rather to be a nice place where locals could take a little bit of pride. In 2005, the water park opened. While the big circus gardens seemed to do fairly well, this should become involved in legal battles against insurance companies who would not pay out for the millions spent while recovering from hurricanes. In 2006, this company filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and the park was sold at auction to Wind South Adventures in 2007, who operated the park briefly, closing it in September of 2009. Finally, the park was acquired by Maryland Entertainments the following year, and it was converted into Legoland Florida, opening in October of 2011, where it appears to still be successful today. I personally experienced all three versions of the Circus Gardens, vividly remembering it was just the Gardens and Ski Show as a young child. Later, around 2005 or 2006, I had an annual pass for Billy Baker's Park, which I can say was fun, but it never lived up to the experiences in Orlando or my home park of Michigan Stanley. You could tell then that it wasn't going to last, and so the question is, how does it look today as Legoland? Well, if you watched my Legoland video from 2 years ago, you know that I found a lot of problems with it. While definitely geared towards doing it with children, which I took into account as I'm not target demographic, the capacity and quality of the rides leaves a lot to be desired, and the operations are some of the slowest I've ever seen in the park. As for Circus Gardens, the original product land still exists, but the gardens are just simply maintained out of legal obligation. There is an interesting fallback with the Lego Southern Bells dotted around the gardens, and the water-shaped pool is even still there, although not in great shape. Due to technical issues, Legoland closed the Island in the Sky in 2017, and while to my surprise, the park still maintains the water ski tradition with Reviere's Water Sports Stunt Show. It was just nowhere near as ambitious as it used to be, and the park actually stopped running it beginning in 2025, bringing an end to 77 years of history. The Canal Ride with Boats is still there as well, although it's been adapted into an attraction called Pirate River Quest, where the garden is now decorated with Lego pirate gaming as well as the story of the rock. While Circus Gardens is still beautiful, it's nowhere near the glory that it once had, having abandoned its inexpensive bomber beds and exotic plants, replacing them with green lawns, as Legoland is maintaining them to the bare minimum standard. It's sad to see, but while I have a lot of issues with how the park is run, I really don't blame management either. Circus Gardens, as beautiful and as culturally significant as it used to be, is never going to make it as a top Florida destination after Disney came to the States. Standards for entertainment and tourism has not changed, and while it's sad to leave behind the era of the bombastic showmanship of Virgin Pope and the AJ Water Scheme, the park was brought down and trying to desperately create at the top. Many other historical gardens still exist within the state of Florida despite the theme park competition, and there's actually a really good example of one just 20 minutes from the former Circus Gardens, one that shows that it could have survived if it had taken a different direction.
It's just right, like following your own letters on budget.
Each day, I see how hard he works. When he takes the result, I trust Priscilla to wash his feet. Priscilla with Triple Care Technology, deep cleans, protects colors, and fights glitter, so we can look on his colors rapidly. Priscilla, an official detergent partner with Milford.
Did you know cheese it made extra tasty?
Of course, I need it cheesy. At Fiverr Pro, we don't promise perfect freelancers, but if you're looking for a digital marketer, know that every freelancer goes through a rigorous vetting process, including background checks and review of their skills. But we tell that for public space self-awareness. Yeah. Fiverr Pro. Profit where it counts. This next story begins with Edward William Bach, who was born in the Netherlands and moved to Brooklyn, New York at the age of 6. Bach began his career in the 1880s in the publishing business, advancing from company to company, and after moving to Philadelphia in 1849, he obtained the editorship of Ladies' Home Journal. Through his management, the magazine became the first in the world to reach 1 million subscribers, and he became highly influential as an author in social reform, bringing attention to social causes, advocating for environmentalism, and influencing the discourse on American architecture. After retiring from publishing in 1919, he became a prolific philanthropist, and in 1921, he and his wife spent the winter in Florida near the Lake Williams Ridge, the highest point in the state that was once an archipelago 2 million years ago, when the state was mostly water. They fell in love with the area and built a house there, but it wasn't until 1922 that he purchased Pine Mountain, a hill more than anything, and intended to turn it into a sanctuary where people could explore the gardens and bird watch. To transform the sandhill into a curated garden, he hired landscape architect Frederick Hall Olmsted Jr. He began the process of putting in irrigation infrastructure and planting thousands of native trees, shrubs, and flowers. In 1925, Bach decided that he wanted to replace the water tower in the gardens with an architecturally significant bell tower, one that reminded him of his childhood of listening to bells in the Netherlands. He hired architect Milton B. Medry to achieve this vision, and construction began in 1927, finishing a 205-foot tall structure in late 1928. Known as the Singing Tower, its architecture is best described as a combination of neo-Gothic and Art Deco, with the majority of its bricks being coquina, a soft porous stone made of compressed shells that was quarried in St. Augustine. The coquina is accented by pink and gray marble from Georgia, and the sculpture of the marble depicts native flora and fauna, with a heavy emphasis on Florida birds. Towards the top, the sculpture evokes the theme of the Garden of Eden, appropriated for the ambitious gardens project that was undertaken here. And at the top of the tower, it's made up of marble areas that stand 14 feet tall. The Singing Tower got its name because it contains one of the world's largest air horns, a massive instrument that is made up of 68 bells, which are played from the organ. Black Tower Gardens has musicians play here at the tower every day. And while the interior of the tower usually isn't open to the public, you can certainly hear the music throughout the gardens. Overall, the Singing Tower is an impressive and unique piece of architecture that's culturally rooted in the natural environments of Florida. And in 1929, President Calvin Coolidge came to the site and dedicated the gardens to the American people, establishing it as a tourist attraction that has been enjoyed by millions ever since. Walking into the attraction today, the first go through the visitor center, which opened in 1987. It contains a small gift shop, educational facilities, a cafe, and a small museum that goes into the history of the site's town. The original 50 acres of gardens have also expanded significantly since their inception, and the attraction has now grown to over 600 acres, containing many trails, taking you through those areas like Nature Hollow, a garden designed for children with some really interesting landscape. Some highlights include the Wild Garden, which looks like something out of the Western, and the Endangered Plants Garden, an environmental effort made not just for Black Tower, but in collaboration with other conservation groups as well. The question is then, if the nearby Cypress Garden struggle and ultimately then need to survive, how does Black Tower Gardens manage to stick around with significant less attendance? Currently, admission is $20 per person to visit, along with memberships and gift shop sales, and thus generate a modest profit. However, Park Tower has also evolved into event space, hosting weddings, festivals, and field trips, while also putting on educational workshops. The gardens are also funded through philanthropy and is backed by the American Foundation, a trust that Bach founded in 1955 that can support the gardens in times of financial stress. I think the difference is that Bach Tower was founded on wealth investments, while Circus Gardens became veteran expectations, and it should be a profitable investment like other Florida theme parks. Still, among all the competition today, Bach Tower Gardens still stands strong as an attraction. It's just doing its own thing, delivering on the promise of being a peaceful sanctuary in almost a transcendental kind of way. As much as I love being part of the parks and attractions, these places like this have a very different kind of appeal. And I thought that the financial infrastructure was set up to let it survive as an iconic Florida Atlantic Garden attraction. This brings me to our journey down Middle School 7, with Bach Tower Gardens being the last surviving major attraction of Central Florida. But before we wrap up the video, I want to briefly discuss the interesting attractions that didn't survive. One of the weirder ones was founded by the man named Tommy Gaskins, who would collect and polish the cypress leaves, the algae root systems of cypress trees, and to anchor them and water them up. He brought his collection to the 1939 New York World's Fair, where he displayed them at the Florida Pavilion, and from there opened the Cypress Moon Museum on US 27 in 1951. The exhibit is located much further south than Cypress Gardens and Bach Tower, located in Palmdale near Lake Okeechobee, and it was as strange as you would expect, filled with glass cases of carved and polished cypress leaves meant to resemble famous people. Out behind the building, Gaskins built a rickety and boardwalk out of the swamp, and out there you can see his experiments where he would try to control the shape of the roots by carving into them, or finding them with weights as they grew to try to get a particular shape. Gaskins died in 1998, and his son took over, but in 2000, the museum was broken into and the collection sold, leading to the closure of this bizarre attraction that is still a favorite of urban schools today. Returning to Silver Springs, the attraction saw enough tourism and a good handful of hotels sprung up nearby, and other attractions will be built in the springs. In addition to the Falstaff Reptile Institute, which lasted from 1909 until 1981, Silver Springs parking lot was shared with Tommy Bucket's Deer Ranch, an attraction that operated from 1954 through 1976. As you would expect, visitors could get up close to deer to feed them. It also included other animals like parrots, goats, and even a dancing chicken. The Silver Springs parking lot was also shared by the Prince of Peace Memorial, which was founded by sculptor Paul Beckley, who created diagramas drawing a local epic Jesus. The small attraction was very helpful in buildings, where inside, each would contain a handcrafted seat. There's scarce information about this attraction, but it seems to have been established sometime in the 1950s, and likely closed in the 1970s or early 80s. Another religious attraction exists near Bach Tower Gardens and is a great masterpiece. The 300,000 time mosaic replicating the Illuminations of Supper that was created in Atlanta in 1989. However, before the outbreak of World War II, it was slow in cases to New York, and was eventually reassembled in Wales. While the date that it opened seems to have been lost, it literally debuted in the 1950s, but it closed in 1978. The last attraction I want to mention is Six Gun Territory, a theme park of sorts that opened in 1963 in the county, a very short drive from Silver Springs. The experience will start as visitors enter a steam train called Skyride, and would end up in the park, designed to look like a Disney town. Essentially, Six Gun Territory is a actual simulation of the West, where visitors will watch shootouts in the streets, drink root beer in the saloon, and encounter various characters that some experience. The attraction closed in 1904, Well, like this, and the other curiosities that sprung up around Silver Springs, it really shows the whole Florida's origins since gravity and natural attractions. This was a hub of entertainment long before Disney introduced Orlando.
Rich flavors expertly sourced for taste that's expertly crafted. The Gourmet Army Collection. A smile isn't just something on your face. It's the shape resilience takes. It's how you choose to face the world. Your smile is your strength. You make an online shop and sell them.
Dive into a summer of awe and awesome at Zoom. Get closer than ever. Explore deeper into the arts. Stay later with the all-new alternative with nighttime animal shows and a drone and fireworks spectacular. Save up to 55% on tickets, phone cards, and passes during our 4th of July sale. Hurry over at Zoom.
It's interesting to see what survives of Florida's oldest attractions. Even Silver Springs' continued operation isn't surprising, since it's underneath ownership of the state. Plus, for the people who are still driving into Florida on US 27, Silver Springs isn't really that far out of the way. You can reasonably experience a bus stop day. Driving further south, they haven't taken a different road or highway. I'm sure that the President's Hall of Fame catches the curiosity of people from there. Well, they do not go to the citrus town because it doesn't even really advertise itself as an attraction anymore. It's interesting to see that it's become a space for locals. Past this point, Fort Slick merged onto Interstate 4 in most of the theme parks. But for those that want to do it all, they may have continued traveling south to Meadowlands, Florida, where they might have stumbled into the remains of Cypress Gardens. It's sad to see what was once Florida's top destination tucked into the back of a movie or theme park. But for this video, I hope that I conveyed why it's so interesting. Why the story of its fall is an important part of Florida history. Finally, October Gardens is the last remaining icon of the island. To say that it survived seems a bit disingenuous. It actually seems to be thriving as a modestly profitable attraction, but one that seems to represent the legacy of Edward Bach as a local treasure that is definitely worth going out of the way for. So, as fascinating as I find the theme parks that dominate entertainment in Florida, I thought it would be interesting to take a look specifically at the attractions of the Central Florida on the Florence Blossom Trail every day with them, discovering what they have to offer, and seeing if they are still worth visiting today. Just the experience of producing this video felt like a journey, rushing inside the fall front to discover what feels like a lost world forgotten many generations ago. It was certainly interesting to experience or revisit these attractions that I haven't been to in a long time, and this video took a substantial amount of effort to research and put together. I think I could have easily produced very lengthy videos on just Silver Springs and Cypress Gardens alone, just because they're so rich with history. But if you want to hear to the end of the video and found the videos interesting, I would very much appreciate it if you helped to like if you haven't done so. If you want to support the channel further, I'll also encourage you to hit the subscribe button with bell notification so as to get alerted to new videos as they're released.
Macy's gift line, gift line. That voice, I recognize it anywhere.
Allie Bailey.
God, you're gifting. I need to find some gift for Father's Day. Let me guess, you're the all free memory life, princess treatment. Yeah, what would that do? But it's well, yes, help check your identity from a young age. That's actually spot on. But I say this gift needs to go triple black. I like the way you think, gift time. No matter the dad, look at the gift. Father's Day starts at Macy's.
Oh, yes, I can.
Time's up, I have rounds.
No chance. We can do this. You beat everyone's hero. So amazing. Look at the definitions. Girls.
It's true. Disney's Moana rated PG, aged to 10.
Don't take your entire Florida vacation lying down. Swing on over to Busch Gardens Tampa. It's about fun. It's about fun. It's about fun. Busch Gardens. You know what's over the sun. It's about fun. It's about fun. It's about fun. Busch Gardens. Busch Gardens, Tampa, Florida.
When we talk theme parks in the United States, I think that most people instantly jump to just Disney and Universal because they obviously have the most ambitious dark rides and expensive, well-developed theming. If you're a theme park fan, however, you'll likely recognize other themed experiences like Spirit Farm, Silver Valley City, and Dollywood are worth talking about too. While they're not nearly as ambitiously themed, they still offer great environments, attractions, and experiences. Yet some parks that get even less recognition are the two Busch Gardens parks and SeaWorld Orlando, all of which, in my opinion, are fundamentally great experiences, or at least would have been if SeaWorld Entertainment hadn't taken a nosedive in terms of management. While I think that SeaWorld San Diego and San Antonio have their own events as well, the two Busch parks and SeaWorld Orlando are much more solid in regards to having developed really strong experiences that could have kept to tourists on a competitive scale, even when compared to their much stronger rivals. Well, that's exactly the problem. SeaWorld Orlando is a place that should be a destination that draws in tourists, nestled directly between Universal and Disney just for one state pool. And yet it just doesn't. Even better, in my opinion, is Busch Gardens. It should have been a major draw to the city itself. And yet, like other SeaWorld parks, the city quickly declined from the popular family park, which is essentially becoming a one-time dump, only really focusing on the coasters and bringing crowds. In fairness, the park itself does have an excellent coaster collection, and I do very much enjoy that balance. But what happened to this awesome African-themed park? It could have been a major tourist destination full of value rides and shows that complement those coasters and the park's excellent amenities. There's so much potential for what could have been one of the better theme parks in the world, and it has just unfortunately been disappointed since obscurity. Yet, having grown up in Tampa, having seen the park go through many different stages of expansion, growth, and decline, I do have a personal affinity for where it has to offer. In fact, when framing this park in a negative way, I do actually think that it has a fascinating history behind it. It's a park that is incredibly unique in its offerings and its history is important, not just because it's inherently interesting, but because it shows you what could have been a very different trajectory in terms of growth. If you've experienced this park within the past 5 years, then that might sound strange to you, which is why I think it's kind of prevalent this one depth, because it's just so much captivating. So today, let's take a long, extended look at the park, and chronicle the fascinating rise and fall of Busch Gardens Tampa. I think it's important to start the story with Adolphus Busch. He was born in Germany in 1839 as the 21st child of Adolf Busch. Seeking fortune elsewhere, he and three of his brothers immigrated to the United States in 1857, settling among the large German population in St. Louis, Missouri. Busch would work in the city and eventually fought for the Union Army in the American Civil War, or a period of 4 months in 1861. At this time, Busch learned that his father had passed, and he adopted him to a decent inheritance, which he then used to establish a business that sold supplies to the different breweries of St. Louis. Through this, Busch would make business connections with soap manufacturer Everhard Anheuser, who was also a creditor to a struggling brewing company that had been founded in 1843. Eventually, in 1860, he outright bought the brewery, and in 1861, he started Lily with married Adolphus Busch, and the reinforcing the business relationship between the two men. As Busch continued to profit throughout the war, Anheuser eventually saw the need to bring in Busch as an investor, and in 1865, the book began to form Busch Brewery. The business continued to grow at the next decade, and in 1879, He was very briefly accompanied 3 games to Bush. The following year, everyone gave him a pass. Then Bush stepped into the president. Over the next few decades, Andrews Bush began shipping and selling across the United States, establishing itself as one of the country's largest brewers as it raced large-scale industrialization. Now with big local demand, Bush became a generous philanthropist and also began spending money on personal interests, such as the elegant Adolphus Hotel in West Texas, which opened in 1912. Important to this story, however, is his 1904 purchase of his winter home on the Million Acre Trail in Pasadena, California. On 30 acres of land, Bush quickly developed lush, European-style gardens with long winding pathways and various water features that offered incredible scenic views of the property. After opening to the public for free in 1906 as Bush Gardens, the property continued to develop and grow, adding musical figures representing fairy tales from Hans Christian Andersen, including a recreation of Lincoln Mill, Mount Van Cross, and Oxfordshire. After Adolphus passed in 1813, Lilly would continue to operate the gardens until the Prohibition era began, profits from the brewery declined, as it had switched to manufacturing other products such as baby formula, tea, coffee, and ice cream. Eventually, Lilly sold off parts of the gardens to developers, but allowed the Pasadena Hospital Association to run an upkeep for a portion of the business money, which started charging admission at 25 cents to keep up with the yearly estimated maintenance costs of $50,000. After Lilly passed in 1928, the gardens continued operation and changed hands a few times over the next years, and finally closed in 1937 and being sold off to various developers. For its time, Bush Gardens in Pasadena operated as a tourist attraction, often bringing in over 1 million people a year, hosting numerous events such as conventions, art malls, and flower shows, and many others. The destination became so popular that the Pacific Electric Railway began running streetcars to the property, and you can actually see spotting footage of the park as it was used as a filming location for the public event, Robin Hood and Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, among a few others. So while it was a beautiful space, it had a pretty good run for 3 decades as an institution in Southern California. It was never an actual theme park. However, what it did do was act as direct inspiration for the expansion of Andrews Bush moving forward, which leads us to the opening of Bush Gardens Tampa. Before we go any further, I do want to ask you a favor of the video. I've put a ton of time and effort into researching the history of this park, and it's simply through the information traded in the story. And so simply just hitting that like really helps me out. As Andrews Bush got back into the brewing business and became a prohibition, the company only continued to grow. Eventually, under the leadership of August Bush Jr., the younger of Adolphus's grandsons that the company, Andrews Bush quickly expanded from just the one brewery to numerous to 9 across the United States, becoming the largest brewing company in the world by 1957. When considering expansion into Florida, the company debated between opening a new brewery in Tampa and Jacksonville. Ultimately deciding to take on this other option, purchasing 160 acres of land for $32,000. Over the next 2 years, the brewery was built for an estimated cost of $20 million, which also helped to coincide with the building of the competing Milwaukee brewery Schlitz, relatively close by. In order to create local interest and generate brand loyalty to the Schlitz, August Bush Jr. revived the idea of Bush Gardens, and when the brewery was completed and opened in 1959, the then opened the gardens to the public just in its name. Initially, entry was free. There's a lot of people who wander around these lush tropical gardens who are populated by various birds, such as peacocks, parrots, and flamingos. From the beginning, the simplest part of the gardens, guests will also be delighted to sit down with the theater and watch Andrews put on a bird show, featuring various birds and conferences. This educational show continued to teach visitors about these various tropical birds, showcasing their intelligence behind the performance of the tricks to the delighting audiences of decades. Throughout the time the park is open, the actual shows themselves have gone through numerous iterations, and so it's difficult to get a full understanding of the history of this theater. But as far as it can determine, the basic premise of showcasing birds is essentially staying the same. What did change, however, was that through the show's various versions, more and different types of birds began, and the tricks would continue to evolve over lives. The final iteration of the show was known as Spirit Castles, which ran from 2007 through 2014. I suppose it's not really a bird show, as it did focus more broadly on other animals too. It was quite similar to other pet shows that could be found throughout other single parks. However, after retiring the show, the theater was quickly demolished despite being such a long-standing single park, replaced with great long space that host food booths and festivals. Still, virtual itself was a significant draw in the earliest years of each artist, and I do find it a bit sad that it's no longer around, as I found the feature might be enjoyable growing up. Of course, the real attraction for Busch Gardens was the theater itself, which was offered for free and small quantities to guests who visited the Busch Gardens hospitality base. With its unique seven-sided flipping roof, this particular structure is quite architecturally interesting. We would like to say that it still does actually survive to this day. Still serving free samples of Busch products, also selling some basic snack food options. The building itself was also designed by William Harvey, a St. Petersburg Florida local who's probably most famous for designing the pyramid building in St. Petersburg Pier, which was unfortunately demolished in 2015. The Liberty Hospitality House, which is still today as the Garden Cafe, is probably overlooked by most people, but it's an important part of art history that has been since the beginning. It's just architecturally interesting. Speaking of beer, though, the main attraction for Busch Gardens in its early years was, of course, the brewery itself. When starting the tour, guests would actually step onto an outdoor escalator that was added in 1961, known as the Stairway to the Stars, bringing them to an entry point on the roof. It's an interesting and novel concept to start with, but otherwise, the brewery tour was pretty much what you expected. They highlighted the history of Anheuser-Busch and showed you how the actual product was made. With the company logo exported a bald eagle on it since it was trademarked in 1877, Bird Gardens also contains bald eagles, not just as an attraction, but also as great synergy with the Busch. Originally, the eagles were located by the Bird Gardens gift shop, which is known as Excursions today. Moved into a trail known as the Canyon behind the Stairway to the Stars. You can still see remnants of the rockwork on the trail today if you happen to go back into Boston Park during the festivals. Moving on, I do want to mention a few other elements of the Bird Gardens as well. The Busch Gardens has had a few different iterations of areas that will appeal to young children. The original gardens featured a village, which contained a few small dioramas depicting European fairy tales. I suppose this inclusion makes sense as the gardens themselves were based off of the original Busch Gardens in Pasadena, and therefore this simply related conceptually to large gardens. Eventually, as Busch Gardens came to open, the tour village would have more elements like slides, a large bounce house, and wooden rides. What was otherwise pretty small, still it was completed overhauled into dragons, which will cover in a video. Also notable in the gardens was the adult installation Space Ray, the golden geodesic dome that worked as the apiary and was introduced in 1916 thanks to the bird. Not a lot of information exists on the dome, but it's also another architecturally significant element of the gardens that was eventually demolished in 1988. Finally, finishing up this early era of the park was the introduction of the Swiss House in 1964, an upscale restaurant on the east side of the property. The building itself was a gift from August Busch Jr. to his wife Trudy, based off of an actual restaurant in Switzerland owned by her side of the family. As Busch Gardens evolved into an actual theme park with paid admission, though, the old Swiss House remained accessible to those who did not want to visit with admission, as it was located alongside Walker's parking lot. Separate from the rest of the park, it was actually its own attraction as it was considered one of the better dining options for the way. However, the restaurant eventually closed in 1992 before they being refurbished and incorporated into the expanding park as the Crown Colony Restaurant in 1990. Also worth noting is the earliest version of the parking lot training known as the Busch Gardens Special, which was introduced to transport people between the gardens and the Swiss House. At this point in time, the parking lot extended up toward the entirety of Morocco, parts of Nairobi, and Egypt located today. So the tree was necessary because it was otherwise quite long. So, its earliest years from 1959 through 1964, Busch Gardens Temple was not the African market we have today. It was rather a European-style garden complex, centered around the brewery's work as a unique attraction. In retrospect, this was actually quite impressive, especially with how popular bird gardens were attracting. But by today's standards, it does actually appear to be quite quaint.
The truck has a lot to do.
What?
Yes, like, it goes about contacts and data and slash pens, so you know when to make a move.
These are everything for the children is what we're doing. Is number one. Now the two parents take care of 60 minutes of our life.
Every day. Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Growing popularity, it only made sense for Busch Gardens to expand in 1965, Mark revealed the incredibly ambitious Mike, which started as 20 acres and quickly grew to 70 by the end of the decade. Featuring exotic African animals such as elephants, zebras, giraffes, and even some predators and primates, it was a logical exhibit never been done in the state before, and continued the park's mission of existing as a sanctuary for endangered animals, which had also been the goal of bird gardens. The Serengeti Plain, or the African Belt, as it was often called, was the first step in solidifying Africa as a theme park moving forward, allowing it to stand out as a moving unique attraction in Central Florida. Not only did the opening of this area provide a unique dining experience for patrons, Swiss House, as an outlet looked, but visitors would actually be able to visit the plain through a suspended monorail system that opened the following year in 1966. When originally it was inspired, the monorail cost $1 for adults and for racing as a joke, at least until the park began charging general admission in 1970. To give you a sense of where it was located, the station was built between bird gardens and the Swiss House, and has been reused as the station for Cheetah Hunt today. Where you actually board the train's forward coaster is where the monorail is dispatched train, slowly moving out into the levels and providing unique views of animals before they moving back into the parking lot and returning to the station. Manufactured by Arrow, the monorail was unique to all two park, and actually had a counterpart in which was many lives. The second part that opened in California the same year at the Tampa Monorail debut. The Van Nuys monorail was different, that it actually ran in the brewery there, but that part closed in 1979, allowing the Tampa monorail to exist for much longer. Worth noting is that in 1988, being the sleeper trains developed by Hintzman replaced the previous Arrow model. The monorail running through the Serengeti Plain was actually a great idea. I'm surprised the park ultimately removed it in routine design, because I think that it would probably still be quite good today. Still, the introduction of the Serengeti Plain and the monorail helped shape the future of the park, because at one point, airship also considered having another section known as the Serengeti Plains that would actually feature animals in North America. Yet, the review that Disney was building East Coast Disneyland only on our way in Orlando, which Gardens developed plans to distinguish itself in the form of tourist market, conceptualizing additional theme sections based on Africa. The first of these was known as Rome, it opened in 1970, filling the space between the monorail station and the bird gardens. Unlike the African Belt with its wide spaces, this area was a relatively small group aimed to an African village. Throughout, visitors would find various animal exhibits that were much smaller in scale, but were sunken into the ground, and on the water, you could view exorbitantly fine exhibits and islands. That being said, while many animals were from Africa, some, such as tigers and bears, were not. It's also worth noting that this area contained a petting zoo for domesticated animals, such as aviaries, some aquariums, and a well-located exhibit known as Not From Mountain. Long after the building closed, Twin Mountain was incorporated into the Nairobi section, which are a private walking trail, and it included slopes and red tunnels and steep panels. So I'm assuming that was probably what was located in there by the basis of the road. The following year, in 1971, Mona expanded the Nairobi train station, which opens the Trans-Coast Railway. The train system that still travels the African belt to this very day and has become a staple of the park. This was also another fantastic way of viewing the animals up close and from a full perspective, including the Nairobi station, there are 3 different stops. A little ways before you return to Nairobi, there is a little prehistoric viewing structure around the street tops that was only accessible by train and was first introduced in 1972. It would later be demolished in the early 1980s for the Congo station. However, the train also worked as transportation to Stanley, which also opened in 1972 as the next major and exciting expansion of the park. When you walk around Stadium today, the concept of a new geographic city is the same, but the area is as popular now than the first year. Located just north of York Village and Burgos, Stanley is the next significant milestone in terms of expansion for a while. It's famous based off of a city in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and its visitors walk through the bridge, who find themselves in this new, but in my opinion, not too visually interesting town. A few photos and video exist of this area in the premiere, but it was mostly a lot of very decent buildings, anchored by the covered outdoor Disney Theater, which hosted a variety show. Eventually, it would be closed 3 days to the Stanley Theater, that still exists in the park today, but I've never found any of its performances to really be that notable among other shows in the industry. The stadium will also continue to rise with the use of spending, which is probably an adventure similar to Disney's Jungle Cruise, but very little information about this first generation exists. That being said, as Stanleyville developed and the buildings became rather themed, Disney's spending was eventually transformed into the African boat ride in 1977. The attraction first starts with the boarding of boat to the skipper, who will continue to provide information and jokes throughout the journey. What distinguishes this attraction from the Jungle Cruise is it can actually be live animals, and while there were many, it proved that it could be done successfully. The first time the ride first takes you past the Desert Village in 1958, then past what I believe is the islands of Pablo Ruins. Next, riders can pass an abandoned vehicle that the skipper describes as being part of a search and rescue mission for a plane that had crashed in the area of the ruin. Just past this element is the crocodiles, which give you a bit of the sea and their own rescue hold. After the entering down the river that I look at, the skipper points out like windows and cartoons popular watering hole on the right, and they demonstrate facts about them as it begins to happen then. Now, about the halfway point, the boat follows the river south, which is a village that consists of stone houses. There are a few foreboding elements such as skulls or sheep's crow, which the skipper warns people not to mess with. As riders travel through the village, the skipper jokes about the people who live there, but it still feels eerily wet. The skipper directs their attention to trading platforms on the left, and as everyone is distracted, they are startled by a line that's behind them on the right, as a live actor dressed as a native runs out from the hut and bangs on the walls. Finally, moving out of the village, the skipper describes that they are now traveling down towards the Uncharted region, and on the right, the opening is revealed for riders with small monster and character stories. However, on the cliff above, the skipper highlights that they found the plane crash mentioned earlier, speculating that there was only one survivor. A small trap was taken and raised by AIDS, Tarzan. Around the event, you can see the other side of the plane. The skipper describes that they're entering a this gorge and asks for help navigating for riders, then proceeding to immediately advice. Traveling through, the opening reveals another exhibit of what I believe may be called skulls. It looks difficult to tell because the skipper has the name. Traveling near the end of the gorge, the skipper jokes about how the naval boat on the left is the remainder of the last 30 meters of the river. By the exit, riders may remember a short part of the river before then returning to the station. If you know the history of the Jungle Cruise, I recall the Walt Disney originally wanted on the batteries. It was convinced otherwise because it would have been too ambitious to be complicated. While it's neat to see that the African Queen managed to actually finally bring the concept to fruition, it was often difficult to see the animals as they were quite far away, and often hidden from sight, with skippers often promising that the bears would be part of it. I wouldn't consider this attraction to be as interesting as the birds, but it still had a lot of memorable moments. It's far more interesting than anticipated, for an attraction that I've never heard anyone talk about before research. Outside of the African Queen, Stanleyville hosted a number of other attractions throughout the 1970s, including an exhibit of orangutans and a small number of hybrids. If you look at the park map in that era, you can see that the layout of Busch Gardens was quite strange. All the railway helps were next to the built to Brody and the park. The 1974 introduction of the Skyway became the great transportation option as well. Located at what used to be a dead end at the north part of Stanleyville, riders were required to live in buckets that took them up through the center of the plane, providing another unique view of the animals and building the Waterhouse Station on the other side of the world. However, while Stanleyville had a fair amount to offer in its earliest years, the plane itself was anchored by the park's first gorilla, Stephen Falls, which opened in June of 1973. Developed by Arrow, this location still exists within the park today. While it doesn't seem the most thrilling by contemporary standards, it was very much a huge hit for the park developers, especially since the rides were becoming incredibly popular in the upper balcony of the century. It unfortunately doesn't have much in the way of theming, but that's become a staple of Busch Gardens history, and aesthetically, I do like its integrated ride structure as it just is across the fields. The ride course is very straightforward. First launching it from the station when you go through the legs. It then runs its first lift hill, splashing down a short drop and skipping around in the air. Even this section, riders will come to the first drop, which is actually about a mile in terms of getting left. The long bit smushes around the next one, portion of the track as it gains speed. And finally, riders reach the second lift. While reaching the top and cresting the hill, riders will head down the 40-foot drop and into the front level, creating a great significant splash, potentially getting riders quite left, especially if they sit in the front. Not too exciting by today's standards, very straightforward in its execution. Stanley Falls was a major draw for the park when it first opened. However, Busch Gardens was about to enter an entirely new and certain era of thrills. And while Stanley Falls was the beginning of this, it was about to look like to compare it to the next.
Universal Studios Florida and Universal Islands Adventure. Restrictions apply. Get details at universalorlando.com.
Turn that off. Turn your photo.
In 1976, Busch Gardens built its first roller coaster, Raycon, which may not look very exciting today, but was absolutely a huge deal at the time. Opening Stanleyville just under Stanley Falls, Raycon was manufactured by Arrow and was one of 10 films known as the corkscrew model, which used the coaster industry. The original corkscrew premiered at Knott's Berry Farm in 1975, and was the first contemporary skate roller coaster to feature versions. What made this significant is that it was usually a safe to experience, unlike some of these sketchy Coney Island coasters from Deputy Square, which may or may not have had a chance of possibly selling the With the success of Corkscrew, Hero had changed the coaster industry and showed that safe coasters and conversions were very much the way forward in terms of attracting parks. Of course, every park that could afford a coaster model wanted it. And so Python was a massive step forward for Busch Gardens, especially when it was the only park in Florida to have like this. The coaster layout was relatively simple. First, taking up a hotel and resting it, dropping down a short bit, and into the right. You then descend down a steep drop and ascend back up into another backwards turn, then sending riders right through the corkscrews. And after this, finishing off with another right turn back into the station. I was lucky enough to ride this when I was really young and looking so much. I can say that the experience was actually quite powerful, especially as your head would bring you from shoulder restraints as you twisted through the corkscrews. Still, it was parked over in 1976. This was far smoother than any moving coasters that they did up. The concept of a steel coaster conversions was extremely novel and exciting. In the mid to late 1970s, Busch Gardens expanded greatly, but also reached great force its need. Python was just one part of the much larger series of expansion projects. For example, in the same year that Python debuted, Bowman was renamed to Roby, and Busch Gardens also changed its name to Unfortunate, Busch Gardens Dark Mountains. Just a year prior, Anheuser-Busch opened another park in Williamsburg, Virginia, and with its European theme. The original title of that park was Busch Gardens Walt Country. I can understand why the Tampa park would change its name to distinguish itself from the theme, but adopting an old colonial term that reinforces schooling influence in its people is just outright ignorant, and I don't think that needs to change delicious. Another major element of this expansion actually came a little before, in 1975, with the opening of the Moroccan Village as the new entrance, built for what used to be a section of the parking lot. Still existing as a park entrance today, not only having changed much aesthetically, Morocco is a large shopping and dining area that essentially exists as this park's version of the Main Street setting. It's certainly not as linear, but still easy enough to navigate, is a great thematic introduction to the theme. Throughout, guests would find plenty of interesting merchandise, some of which was crafted by actual artists from Africa, and plenty of entertainment that ranged from belly dancers to the mystic chiefs of Broadway, marching brass bands that also worked as ambassadors inside the park. Rare Coaster Coffee Company is located today. Morocco also hosts a theater that played a film known as the Evil Pit. Introduced in 1976 to celebrate the American Centennial, there's not really much information about these funds, but the theater would continue showing new films until it was converted into a theater in the 90s, and most recently now serves coffee. While not in the setting, it's also worth mentioning that Morocco expanded in 1973 at the American Theater, the covered and outdoor venue that hosted a variety of useful acts and hands-on activities. One strange fact about Morocco is that this restaurant, Zagor Cafe, was actually an old restaurant's location that existed in the parking lot. Because Morocco was built to reduce the parking space, the original snack bar known as Cafe SB was actually served people since its introduction in 1967. Was drinking expanded its food options that it was in Morocco. I don't know why, but knowing that the structure used to exist as a non-union parking lot snack location is really fascinating. The Moroccan village was quickly renamed formally to Marrakech in 1966, with the exception of Python and Roby, and is still an interesting, healthy area that works as a great example today. Still, Busch Gardens was only getting started, and had very ambitious and exciting plans for expansion just within the next few short years. Now that the graded entry area is a show-stopping corkscrew coaster, the exposure park is not just a building attractions and areas that reinforce the activity, but also fixed strangely out of the park like associated to the booth that was easily traversable. In 1977, Busch Gardens opened the Congo as a reclaiming section of the park just over standard, also incorporating some of its own attractions. This included Python and the two flat rides known as Monsters Lava and Speed Mines. There wasn't much else usually added other than the other parts, which still exist as part of the park today. The conflict didn't really have much to integrate other than Python, which I think was probably always intended as its control. Just had to be built a little quickly and then to go.
However, another notable addition would be Congo is called Diamond, a tiger exhibit that connected the Congo state. While tigers have been in the park since their introduction to wildlife, all animals will reinforce their relationship to the park's identity with this new king-size exhibit. If you really think about it, you might recognize how strange that is, since Bengal tigers are mostly found in India, not at all in Africa. Come to think of it, why does an African themed park have Asian elephants in its early section right next to the African velvet? Which part is its core is a great park, but it makes some weird naming choices. Jokes aside, this clip is reopening the park's 16th section, which is a great segue. While small segments did open in 1979 and 1980, Timbuktu fully opened the park doors and completed the loop, connecting Nairobi, Congo, with the park's most adventurous feature yet. While Morocco had interesting architecture, Timbuktu was larger in scale with taller buildings, took a larger footprints while also containing neighborhood shopping. In fact, its main location was Festivals, which was a pretty massive space inside and served German food, along with providing rapid entertainment known as the American Colony Dancers. I can understand the German connection because Busch Gardens was still a brewery at this point, but it is a little bit of a weird addition for an area of the park themes to a new African city. This venue is still around today and personally been renamed to Desert Grill in 2004, and Dragonfire Grill was recently in 2015, and having offered a variety of musical shows through its history. When Timbuktu opened, it also contained a number of movie parks as well, including the Carousel Pyramid, which still exists in the park today as the brand's Carousel. Other notable additions include the flat racks of Sansu, which actually managed to exist until 2014, and a personal favorite as a child, a Crazy Family, which only lasted until 2003. Otherwise, though, the main midway of Timbuktu mostly consists of urban ways and quite a few small flat racks for children. In terms of more exciting attractions, the Timbuktu Theater was a pretty large building that contained a dolphin show known as Dolphins of the Deep. This was a pretty standard dolphin show that was quite similar to something in the SeaWorld park, although at the time that the show opened, increased question might be required then, which wouldn't happen until 1989. The show featured dolphins performing a number of tricks, while serving a lot of community commentary from the trainers, and at one point, it did seem to include sea lions in some capacity, though it's hard to find information on when they're added. If I could provide a personal anecdote, this dolphin show was actually my first memory that I recall, and so it's a personal favorite, even if it's not particularly special in retrospect. However, the show would run through 2002, and the theater would go under construction to be able to closed. Reopening in 2004, the show felt known as Royal Science Lighthouse 14. At the time, it was compared to other 4D experiences that had been in stuff like Bug or Universal's Terminator, but I remember this just not being very good at all, and not reaching the quality of the shows that it was for years ago. While produced by Busch, the film took place in the other SeaWorld parks and slices up to other parts throughout the United States and Europe. This film was replaced by Pirate Story in 2006 and ran for 4 years, also produced by Busch and also licensed out to other products. It's notable for featuring Leslie Nielsen and Eric Idle, and weirdly enough, it's still placed today at the Tonsy for royalties. I can't say that I enjoyed it much better than the Haunted Lighthouse. I think that the Dolphin Show was probably the best iteration of this theater, especially because I think it became an iconic attraction for this part of the story. It was considered one of the best kind of attractions when it was open. Speaking of iconic, the 1984 edition of the Phoenix next to the theater, the theme staple of this area, while it may not look like much, was definitely a popular flat ride because of how thrilling it is. Known as a starship and fashion advancement, it is essentially your typical swing ship ride but made for loop. Turning riders upside down, existing as one of the most thrilling rides in the park for quite a while. This is something that I also experienced, and while I didn't find it particularly helpful or fun, I did understand its appeal, especially as a community element. For around a decade, the Phoenix was considered one of the more intimidating rides in the park, as its own Python, and segueing to the last major attraction of Team 2, Scorpion. This particular coaster opened 5 months after the grand opening of Team 2, and is, in my opinion, definitely a much better ride experience than Python. Python was innovative on its main appeal was the concept of sports cars, and while Scorpion for Hulu was still a novel element for guests to meetings, it was a much stronger experience outside of just its elements. It was a really small cost of cheese as a concept of track. Manufactured in Schwarzkopf, it's one of the last models in the world known as the Super Air. It still holds up really well to this day. Another personal point of note, this was also the first coaster I've ever ridden in version. One person like it for that reason, it's still actually a really solid experience. It's easy to be outshined by the bigger coasters today, but Scorpion is a classic that's incredibly smooth and is still a great improvement in this area. While 202 is a more interesting land in comparison to Congo, and 202 Congo itself expanded with the addition of the River Rapids in 1992. It still exists within the park today, and is incredibly popular on days as you can expect. Over the years, it has had a bit of additional theming added, and while certainly not the best route situation in Villa, it's still decent to be rid of history. Because of its layout, where visitors have to cross one or two bridges with major waters into a new and small used area where the entrance is located. Also notable is that in the queue, there's actually an animal exhibit. I remember being spider monkeys a long time ago, which, if you didn't know, were found in Central and South America and definitely not Congo. To this point in time, the exhibit claims to be home to red water dragons, which are also not from Congo and come from Indonesia instead. But the exhibit did seem empty when I was recently left. Still, even if the animals were not actually from the Congo, it was really cool to see them as well through the queue to distinguish this attraction. The Congo River Rapids are pretty fun and have decent amount of landscaping for the ride course. And while it's not the most unique rapids attraction, it did do a lot for the park when it opened and has become the anchor of the Congo since the removal of Python.
It's just right. Like only on the letters on budget.
Anniversary trip to Tokyo? With Expedia, you can bundle and save on your flight, hotel, and car. So you can do all the things you want, and then some. Expedia, the one place you go to go places.
Throughout the rest of the 80s and into the early 90s, restaurants would continue adding new attractions to keep special visitors. In 1986, Rocky Holders and the Rocket House Theater, which was built for Broadway-style productions, initially featured a musical type of performance, which ran from 1986 through 1989. What you're seeing on the screen now is a Williams version of the show, which was the original. It's significantly different, and it still gives you a sense of ability. When it opened, Tampa's version of Kaleidoscope was reportedly the most expensive live food production created at the time, and was a pretty significant addition to Busch Gardens as a major attraction. In the same year, the building received a new complex known as the New York Field Station. The law passed on through major changes, it still exists in the park today as an operations. The purpose of this complex was to act as a series of exhibits where you could view a large number of exotic animals. While the majority of them come from Africa, it was still a exhibition. Its purpose was to complete education, allowing park visitors to get an up-close look at what animals were cared for as animal being prepared with meals, and gave presentations of animal care and Busch Gardens worldwide animal conservation efforts. Speaking of which, the Bird Gardens opened a new exhibit the following year in 1987, which was a multi-million-dollar facility offered to pandas built out in the Portugal Zoo. Visitors reportedly can walk away and view the two pandas for $8 million in all, which translates to ringing bell and forever and ever, respectively. They were a huge attraction, but were only on display for a year. Sodium pollution was reused first like anchor tires, and then eventually bottles. With such an expensive investment, Bush Gardens also added additional bird aviaries to the area, which still exists today as the Australian themed Walkabout Bay, which includes the Bird Aviary. Nearby is the Little, which is an interactive exhibit that allows you to get close to the routes, as well as observe various observing birds and eagles. The boardwalk structure used here originally led to an anchor exhibit, and the actual buildings were used for small animal exhibits in the 90s until it was repurposed to contain staircases on the street and sometime in the walks. In 1989, the African Film Right closed a new film attraction, the tidal wave, miraculously opened in July of the same year as the newest edition of Stanford. This shoots through the coast by arrow was pretty straightforward, but had a lot more thing than you would expect. As you leave the station, riders found them to cross over a bridge that I believe was meant for employees. And then further down the river, riders could pass some concerning elements such as salt and spice as they viewed the drop of truck's anticipation. Moving next to the cave, the boat got to them and the underscored some foliage. Eventually, riders passed through the African River village from the African River, which is a clever way of using cleaning and allowing this attraction to stand out instead of going like another generic shoes ride that could exist in any other water. Going through this element from the opposite direction without the opportunity to African travel, riders will also notice themselves the masks, continuing to draw attention to what might be ahead. Riders will travel past rock where what used to be the rhino museums, and those wheels and video. When making it to the top, riders are treated to great views of the water, but knowing what's ahead, those who are probably more concerned with the price of the drop. The boat slowly begins to approach the descent, and by cresting a small hill, it flies down 2 dips and lands down on the base of actions of blood. The tidal wave wasn't just fun for riders, but for other park guests as well. As the splash came by the local spray across the water, it was dancing. You would also find parkgoers and especially children that were standing on the bridge to get soaked, or standing behind glass structures to observe this. The tidal wave didn't just create great energy for the area, it was always populated with people who were saying splash, whether they were trying to avoid it or not. While also taking a large portion of this, the tidal wave did reuse all the same area as the instead, the former gorge of the river was actually repurposed as a small scenic exhibit with historical canyon. It's still there today, but unfortunately isn't accessible unless you go from the street, where it's used as queue space for other houses. Transitioning away from the tidal wave, Busch Gardens will continue to add animal exhibits, and in 1989, the Glasgow Inlet opened just south of the former Smith's house. In 1933, August Busch Jr. and Adolphus Busch III created a beer cart pulled by 6 classic horses as a marketing gimmick to deliver beer to politicians who helped to maintain prohibition. This most famous one being the White House's delivered to trade groceries. Since then, Glasgow horses have become an excellent Budweiser brand, and Glasgow can allow you to explore their stables or see the horses that are unimpressive in the public thought. Just a year later, the old Swiss House reopened as the Quality House, as mentioned earlier, now featuring quick service dining on the second floor and a more upscale restaurant on the third, aimed to African destination perhaps in the centuries. The entire structure was renamed to the Sierra Leone in 2016, and the third floor has not reopened since 2020, but it's still an interesting piece of history that is still around. In 1987, Disney changed the theme park industry and moved to Star Wars Disneyland, which wasn't just popular because of its Star Wars theme, but because it introduced Park Coaster Simulator as a new kind of fun experience. In 1989, Disney opened a new simulator using the same technology that allows body movers, and later in the year, the equivalent of Star Tours would open at Disney Studios. Of course, other parks wanted in on this new and exciting technology as well. George Lucas's challenge to Steven Spielberg to create his own version using Back to the Future was a large influence the decision to go ahead and build Universal Studios Park. Busch Gardens was obviously standing on its own pretty well, wanting to put their own simulator welcome to attraction called Questlord that Busch Gardens Williamsburg in 1990. Just a year later, a club opens in Bushwick, Santa, just south of the Crown Coffee House, devoting the summer of sexual silence across the campus, creating a small, bigger European interior park known as Crown Coffee. On entering a pre-show, private walkers with steampunk designers screen, meet the eccentric Sir Hudson Wilson. He explains that riders looking for a new incredible philosophy game, helping him inspire quest to capture the elusive Christopher Set. With this, they finish his work. In the role of riders is to use their qualities to power the ambassadors of the vehicle. Once the attraction begins, riders first dive down from the quest of the earth to search for the crystal. As they approach the mantle, things become increasingly dangerous as those who ride friends have before. The vehicle then crashes through the rock, and riders find themselves in a cavern full of victims and nonsense. It served as a flexibility and engaged control of the vehicle to bust through the rock, creating a water vortex that leads to the ocean. Not a lot of information or full video exists on what happens next. The riders somehow end up losing power and travel down the river before then unexpectedly dropping off of the waterfall. With their adrenaline high, the fall waves restart the jubilee of the passengers and regain control of the sky. I'm not sure how this happens next, but it appears that the vehicle travels back to the ground, and riders discover the Crystal Set. Sir Edison absolutely then engages the tractor beam, but the ship loses power again, falling to the inner sharp crystals before then regaining control. At this conclusion, the quest is complete, and riders are thanked for their service. The customer's concept was incredibly weird and really had nothing to do with being right at part of the year, but it was apparently quite popular and remembered content of many. It also showed that Busch Gardens could financially hold its own with a strong partner like Disney by embracing real expensive technology to create its own new attractions. Still, the 90s would bring Busch Gardens into even more direct competition with Disney, and so the next decade of expansion in gaming is the most exciting yet. The African village area is the most familiar, delicious, 3-acre animal space. Opening in 1992, the Valley Reserve and Great Agency League helped to distinguish Busch Gardens in the Florida tourist market by introducing an immersive mountain trail where visitors could see new chimpanzee and gorilla exhibits. Guests entered by passing some gorilla statues and walking to the lush jungle trail. Shortly, they encountered the chimpanzees in life in space, framed by cliffs and waterfalls. Continuing forward, visitors traversed the misty mountain path and found themselves on the other side of the gorge, fed by a waterfall with a view of the chimpanzee exhibit and the view. Eventually, visitors passed through the river which is known as the Gorilla Research Outpost, and emerged out into a seating area where a cliffside gorilla exhibit is located. Trekking further into the jungle and into some caves, and seeing the people's holiday exhibit as you travel along the railings and gas. While Busch Gardens has a history of great animal exhibits, now we observe that one of my favorite is this one called immersive. All the chimps and gorillas are often shot in this culture, and still a lush, cool, and well-filled exhibit to walk through with plenty of education experience from the ground, as well as animal masters who will share interesting stories and facts. The next edition of Busch Gardens is about to go in a direction. In 2003, the park will host one of the monthliest multi-planet coaster, Koopa. Designed by B&M, Koopa was a massive step up in the sport meter and speed and intensity, offering almost one of the most exciting coasters in the world at the time. Placed in the Koopa area alongside River Rapids, Koopa brought crowds celebrating back to the park, and as they approached the bridges, the trains would twist and pour around them, creating almost a terrifying temptation, especially since coasters of this size and scale were so relatively new to its park owners. Obviously, Koopa was a massive hit, and its interlocking coasters were visual Disney buildings and immediately made their way into pretty much all advertising material for the park. Still, Koopa didn't just have a single novelty element like Black Scorpion, but has many iconic elements, such as the loop bend circuits lift hill, or the Cobra roll over public bridges. It was a new age for roller coasters, Busch Gardens handle is helping to lead the way with this impressive new machine that would definitely change the course of the park towards bigger, faster coasters moving forward. This step towards more thrill-oriented park was also needed as the brewery toured into 1955, and it was demolished over the course of the next year. At this point in time, the Taylor Brewery was a small soup company, which simply not useful in terms of the name, so it was decided to close in favor of future attraction space. The adjacent bird gardens would still be conserved, but the fourth village was becoming quite outdated and in need of work. The same year that the breweries were closed, the former fourth village reopened to its completely reimagined Caribbean gardens, which was like themes to village with dragons. New children's rides were added, and cool attractions from the fourth village, art ride with themes, and the forward baptisms and also projects grocery courses and bugs. On the grounds, splash passive dragons can be found, and the area is anchored by a street house, which has a slide going down to this trunk, with brokers connecting to other parts of the land. Perhaps this doesn't sound like the most exciting addition, but at the time of Busch Gardens needed to distinguish itself from the school of Orlando, which was owned by the company at this point. In addition to proudly expanding from Disney World and now Universal Studios Florida, this one made a lot of sense to build more parks to families with young children. It was a great mix of real energy and was also good with themes and aesthetic additions to experience. Still, Busch Gardens had a lot more expansion to do throughout the next half of the decade, and things would only continue to become more exciting.
What makes Blue Bunny bunny tracks so delicious? Expertise. Blue Bunny has been crafting all-new treats for families across America since 1935, proudly established in Mars Iowa. Blue Bunny. An elegant touch for an everyday meal. Magic Air Napkins. Elevate every day.
Jenny, we need to build a space traffic. What's your plan?
Making every dollar count is important, so it's important to all stay. Drive safe, congrats, get safe, drive less, more savings.
What's for you? Savings. If it's important to you, it's important to us. We're in good hands with us. And when you have a health concern, call HCA Florida's Consultant Nurse to speak with a licensed nurse 24/7 for answers and guidance. Call HCA Florida's Consultant Nurse. It's free.
While Busch Gardens always aimed to fight for its place among other Florida tourist attractions, members of the industry were starting that Disney was interested in building a full theme park. With the 1995 announcements of Disney's Wild Animal Kingdom, Busch Gardens knew that they were being targeted just like Disney had done with Universal when it opened Disney Studio Studios in 1989. Luckily, Busch had already commenced plans for regional expansions, and in 1996, Egypt opened to the east of the Colony House in Western. In this new and elite area for all shops and activities, Busch Gardens will continue to establish itself in the new Oakland's park with mostly attractions. On the left side of the Egyptian runway, the park offered a themed walking experience titled Theme Sites 2, which is intended to be a faithful recreation of the actual day site. When walking into the building, visitors will wander hallways with Egyptian artifacts, and once settled in the first room, the doors get closed and a projected film simulating the 1920s newsreel will provide backstory to the discovery. At one point, it is interrupted by a new narrator who reveals that he is Pharaoh Tutankhamun himself, and the film changes to mystical imagery as if it looking into his memory. He shares his story about his own life and how he came to be entombed here with thieves from his possessions and medicines for money. He then invites you to see his treasures, and a door opens, revealing the next room. Once settled, he welcomes you to the antechamber, and as the show progresses, Hunts reveal different treasures with him telling you their backstory, how they related to his life as Pharaoh. At the conclusion, the next tip invites you from the Christmas tomb, sealing it and leading to an impressive reveal of the shaper with his sarcophagus in the middle. Once the box closed, it begins to read again. describing the female rights of between the walls and the many possessions from the chamber to help them survive the actual roof. At one point, he directs everyone's attention to Storm's confidence and respect. Revealing his nullified remains is a precedent of face mask that will be instead. He provides more exposition on the meaning of his confidence related to others. Later in the presentation, it speaks about idols that represent guardians that will aid him in his journey in the afterlife. Through either a lighting or mirror effect, his face mask reappears within the chamber. At the conclusion of the show, everyone is led to a gift shop full of interesting ancient Egyptian merchandise, which had some distinct variety as well as art. Utah's tomb was interesting because it was an education, and even though not usually champion educational attractions, even I think it's a bit tall. Granted, certain segments were theatrical and the experience was atmospheric, but I can understand why show elements were maybe turned off sometime in the box. It can be straight walkthrough and slow clips since we guarantee. However, as you reach the end of the Egyptian Midway, you would encounter a massive arch, and moving through it, purposes will find the next major roller coaster. All at once, not for an Egyptian held before, the coaster was manufactured again in that Rwanda, and was then converted. While the first version was supposed to premiere as Batman Beyond at Six Flags Great America in 1992, On2 is arguably the best version of the model with its incredible intensity, pacing, and ridiculous movement elements. Of course, what also allows On2 to really stick out since it's gaming is it dives in and out of Egyptian elements. Another element long forgotten is that when the industry opens, riders speak with angle break from the progress just for the station as the train turns into the host. It's a bit difficult to see, but some surviving footage of this element does exist. Now, the four coasters in New York, Push Brothers has managed to distinguish itself as a major tourist destination that stands for any other park in Florida. The following year, in 1997, the park opened an ambitious new African trail known as the Edge of Africa, which took over a significant chunk of the African belt. Throughout, visitors can find new views of the belt, as well as exhibits for small animals like meerkats or African crested porcupines. However, the main appeal of the trail is the larger, more aggressive animals, and it passes through the offered ones that include hippopotamuses, hyenas, lions, and dogs, and other crocodiles. They've changed exhibits over time, but large African predators have remained a consistent draw. The Edge of Africa was also useful in connecting in with Egypt, so that the park would have more walkability, since we recently go explore its values. Speaking of Egypt, though, they would quickly get a new addition in 1998 with the closing of Lestor and renamed to a new church called Akbar's Adventure Schools. This attraction first, I guess, got into a shuttle building where it was part to the money, advertising its locations. While stepping into a pre-show room, guests are met by Akbar himself, character played by Martin Short, who, by the way, is Canadian, playing at least a greedy Egyptian con artist. On the 6 year ago, Akbar lives in keeping agents from Egypt in only 5 minutes with his own simulator. He brings you further into his tent, only to discover that his items are being repossessed by a predator named Stephen Morton, played by Angel Levy. Begging to Morton, Akbar insists that he takes that to make him rich, he can just listen to us use the simulator, and Morton reluctantly agrees. At the conclusion of this portion, riders move to the next room, where they do a safety video, and other signs that adjust the roads. Once the doors open, riders board the repurposed Western vehicle. The experience begins with the first scene, where tourists tour an Egyptian market on the back of the camera. It becomes apparent quickly that this is a contrived scene set up by Akbar, and his voiceovers of words from Akbar are bargaining. But the cameraman accidentally bumps into a citizen, causing the marketplace to erupt into chaos, and eventually the scene ends. The attraction that transitions to a new reel, exploring the pyramids of Giza through a helicopter, which almost crashes into them and then finds itself in front of space. However, due to the clumsiness of the pilot, who is assumed to be Akbar, the helicopter blade slashed into the structure, causing it to crumble and destroy its engine. As the scene changes to the next reel, Morton is overheard ordering Akbar to the next instead. Next, the reel starts coming to film shot in this movie too from the perspective of my part, As it loses momentum, it goes to gain the track switch plus it flies forward off the rails, crashing through signs warning of curves. The car comes to a stop in the yard, and animatronic money figure pops up inside the vehicle, starting the riders and transporting them into the nearest nightmare. The vehicle begins moving at a steady pace as that car pops up and screams at his projections to shut off the film, only for it to come back and let this play. It's quickly revealed that the simulator is raining down the monstrous photo, and as it listens to it, it inspects the vehicle and attacks, sending riders through a wall and landing in the treasure room as it moves dangerously, directly to the wall of the track. He then realizes that he's in a room full of treasure instead of celebrating, but the room only goes dark, and the curse continues as the moment invests and continues to tackle his tourists. He then moves the simulator up through the chamber, forcing it to blast off with something weird. Now turning back towards the ground, Forrest fasts on the side of the structure and land into the same level. Witnessing Akbar fall to the ground, the importance taken up, only to be crushed by Akbar's sarcophagus. It opens, and it's revealed that Orton is seemingly okay as he's placed on the mummy. Because Akbar jokes that he's just a mummy. Treasure from the pyramid begins raining down, and Akbar thinks he's rich, and the attraction ends on the opposite end of the sequence, as riders are restrained to leave and go to the Akbar scrapyard. Like issues of art short play and music exception from the sun, the humor of the attraction is actually quite funny, and I think it would actually work out today. Still, the attraction only ran for another 4 years before it became converted to a seasonal offering during the busy times of the year, and permanently closed in 2007. The attraction was not something that I ever got to ride, but I did like all the thematic to Egypt, and at the very least, it seems pretty fun, if only because it was just so outright stupid. If we jump to the other side of the park, someone typically puts up another additional million diamonds. Just north of one of the dragons, if you're into the bridge that leads to Stanleyville, a sizable aviary known as Lord Atlantic will come to the maximum gates. It's covered by the shade of 2 large oak trees, and just inside is a series of small aviaries, full of rotating exotic birds that seem to be different from visitors. However, the main attraction is just in the doorways into the main exhibit. You can walk around the recent landscape area full of many different birds, rodents, and orcas. Here it specializes in feeding nectar and is found in Australia. If you so choose, nectar is available to purchase and the birds will flock to you, but Walt Disney experiences in unique to Busch Gardens and his still nice addition that's supposed to be out of the sun, and as a company to get closer with some of the animals. So, Busch Gardens has just gone through an impressive decade of expansion from the 90s, but with the turn of the century, the momentum just keeps going. In 1999, Busch Gardens opened yet another legendary coaster, Velocity, which sat on the site of the former brewery. Generally, roller coasters were not popular in Florida, as they were expensive to maintain in such hot and humid weather. But Busch ultimately decided on this massive toy coaster constructed by GCI to distinguish it from both the park's own scale coaster lineup, as well as every other park in Florida. It has not had anything like this. Velocity had a station that was split into 2 sides. One coaster maintained its own line, the other to its higher. Depending on which side you chose, the queue would be different. The lion queue had its sparse vegetation, akin to the savanna, and the tiger queue being more luscious than the jungle. The name Velocity refers to an African legend of a creature with a lion's body and tiger's head. Or at least that's what the park claims, but I'm pretty sure that's false, as tigers have not ever been native to Africa, as we established earlier. The concept of the attraction also loosely implies the lion and tiger are fighting one another, so I'm not even sure if that fits into the park. Still, what made Velocity unique wasn't just that it was an incredible set of massive roller coasters that Florida has not seen before or since, but that actual tool itself racing. I don't think it's a coincidence that it opened the same year as Triple Dragons, which opened to the as an invention. And while I consider that to be the better attraction in terms of that tool, Velocity still did demonstrate its past by each other 6-7 times. I can attest that the ride experience in its early years was incredible and quite intense, as the train came up and see for incredible land. But as the sub tool gets bigger and the track got rougher, the This one such very attraction is its appeal to our guests. Initially, Aussie prepared the trains from the Fort Fields Bobbing Company, which was pretty standard for boy coasters at the time. But as the coaster only continued to get rougher with age, Busch Gardens decided to fix this problem first by retracting the Lion side in 2009, the Tiger side in 2010, and finally changing up the old trains for GCI zone and running the fire trains in 2011. Personally, I can tell you that this works great for a brief period of time, but the roughness quickly came back with the interesting year. Aussie was a huge deal for the park development, not just because it was iconic for Busch Gardens, but because these truly were some of the best roller coasters ever produced. It was fast, intense, unique, and unfortunately, rough enough that crowds lost interest, and the coaster had to close in the beginning of 2015. Moving on from Aussie, the next development for Busch Gardens was the introduction of Hollow Street in 2000, an iconic alternate for the park that has only continued to grow in size. There's a lot of history here, so it's not really fit for this video, and that's grown to become an important method to nearly compete with how we ordinance in Universal Studios Florida, which has hosted its event since 1991. Underneath the dueling Aussie or Hollow Street, Busch Gardens needed to distinguish itself as a worthy destination. In the following year, Busch Gardens moved down to a shot at Disney. Now that the opened in 1998, it was a park competition with Islands of Adventure, park competition with Sherman's Table. You'll definitely see a influence. Parts of the Little Falls Exploration Trail look incredibly similar to the Niagara Reserve, and an attraction underneath this Planet Village, bringing you up close to Animal Gear stations and highlighting Disney's own conservation program. It seems quite similar conceptually to the Field Station. There's a lot more similarities between the two parks, but what was unique to Animal Kingdom was the long-term safaris. Having riders board big trucks and driving them around the actual Colony Wildlife Reserve to see their animals. Well, Busch Gardens decided that this is exactly what they wanted to do in 2001, with a new attraction in Nairobi known as Ride Valley. The concept behind the ride is that you board a Land Rover and drive through an off-road forest, where you smash the rivers to see the ride after the animals up close. It's a bit of an ironic concept, because the ride actually first starts by passing the ancient elephant exhibit, but Rhino Rally also never took itself too seriously. The drivers often packed in jokes and puns, spiced in along with the educational information about the animals. On its own, Rhino Rally was just a much shorter, less late-stage version of the long-term safaris, but there was one unique element that stood out. Towards the end of the course, the road was split. If this section wasn't working, which often wasn't due to technical issues, the driver would turn right and enter the station. If the driver turned left, however, he would drive into a jungle and encounter a floating bridge that stays better. As the truck drives slowly across the bridge, riders on the left are misted by the impressive waterfall, and the truck in their seats to stop. The waterfall instantly becomes more aggressive, dislodging a section of the bridge with trucks and awnings, and everyone needs to start pulling down the river. In the next 3 minutes, the bridge floats through the water, which was achieved through a unique and track system as well as by Tacoma. Along the way, riders share with Breakside Gorge, just barely missing the waterfall, you can see a boat that has crashed against the rocks. Just past this, a collapsed bridge reveals the manned rescue vehicle, and while driving the bend, the raft rotates as it approaches the bridge debris as if riders were going to crash. Luckily, the raft slows down, allowing the drivers to pull out into the pathway and shortly brings riders back to the station. Rhino Rally was ridiculously popular. While the animal section wasn't as understandable in the themes as the long-term safaris, the event portion was pretty clever and helped the patrons to stand out because of just how unique this was. Unfortunately, due to technical issues, the river portion often didn't work, and it did close permanently in 2010, which only took away a lot from the experience. From here, Rhino Rally will continue existing with just its safari portion, and it just wasn't the same. And due to technical issues with Land Rovers, the lack of visitor interest, it eventually closed in 2015.
Sorry, there's a big pile of clothes upstairs, so I was doing something with it. Clothes. In fact, I'm gonna go back upstairs to do something. You're gone a long time. Tell how long it takes to get ready in the morning. You're fake look. Goodness. They're just ugly. That's why I thought you were ceiling fan. Oh. That's nice. You bug my ceiling fan. Sorry, there's a really big pile of clothes. I have to go, like, all the clothes ended up upstairs in boxes. And I packed a bunch of hangers because it wasn't, we just filled a pod. So. I'm sure maybe I was going out in the costume. I mean, I was like, what did I wake up? Yeah, it's like, he wastes so much time with these weird interactions. I just learned I ignore them completely. I'm just recording them. It's the same kind of chirpy repertoire in the morning always. It's really horrible. Yes, I'm showing off my 4th of July Christmas tree. Ow. That's silly. He's got these men in custody. You lady.
However, his most recent show, Turn It Up, is just not it. While the performers are talented, the show itself is as true as it gets. Moving on, Bush Gardens took a huge step forward again in 2005 with his introduction of She-Ra on the stage.
Sure, maybe.
At the time, Vietnam Diaries was incredibly new and novel, first appearing in the games at Alton Towers as a Bush Gardens described all one of the other was huge, drawing many people to the party.
I'm gonna finish that pile of clothes. Yeah, I'm gonna go through all the. I'm gonna finish my pile of hangers. All the clothes should be off the floor. Not all of them. No. Like, it's just a waste of time, and it starts beating up just to quietly avoid the thing.
Oh, I stuck a cucumber salad last night.
Get them some fish cake. I'm gonna make a cake because I'm missing NutriBullet parts. I have 2 NutriBullets. I took my clothes. I need to reset my watch. It says it's 10 o'clock in the morning when it's 1 o'clock in the morning. Or 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Almost days. No, I'm explaining to the camera when it disappeared off the 2 hours. Putting it closed. So that was last night on the walk camera. So, some salmon. Yeah. Excuse me, monster in the wall. What are you doing? You can't live in the wall into this house. Me, not respectable. I see them come from
You lady.
He's the right person.
You have too many babies in your boots. Hey.
This one is kind of beautiful in there. He's got them buttons on the rich there somewhere. This is minimal control. Weird again. They sexual assaulted to the point of rape, all women and children.
He's focused on, do you feel that? That's what I'm doing to her. He said I can turn that one on, but I'm still going to focus and do that to her. Ladybugs. Yeah, I need that thing in custody now is correct. You're ridiculously, no, that pressurizing, they're going to get angry and yell at me. You've been getting off easy. That man is not sexually assaulting you every second. Wave your hand. Those are my orders to the Cary Police Department. These disgusting middle-aged white trash men. I told you to turn that off. So in relation to you, something. That man needs to go to prison. Both of them.